Hello, welcome to the most professional stream on all YouTube. Not just the Final Fantasy community, all of YouTube. Right here, right now. Tokyo Game Show 2023. Rebirth is in a mania, and my voice sounds normal. I'm a normal sounding man. I did not just lose half an hour of stream to chipmunk voice. Are we actually good? Is it actually working, guys? Yeah? Is it? We're good, we're normal now. Thank fuck! That was so peculiar. I have had just about every crazy, illogical, unexplainable tech issue under the sun. I am cursed. El Ginge couldn't even lift the curse. Not even Brianna can fight against it. But Bri, can you just come and give me... Hold up. This music's really dank. But can you just come and give me some support? Give me some backup. For years, I have been plagued with tech issues. And they'll say, oh, it's Pez. He's a plonker. He's a silly Billy. He's a sausage. He's a fucking boomer. But you have borne witness on the front lines.
Yeah, he really is just cursed. Like, things break around him. He demolishes things.
No, things just fall off shelves when I'm around. It's honestly nothing to do with me. That was the point that you were supposed to be coming and
No, I think it does have something to do with you.
Alright, fuck off. Bugger off.
It's not because you're stupid. It's just you have this aura of bad luck that surrounds you that breaks things and makes them not work. So it's not your fault, but it is something to do with you.
Anyway, welcome to Tokyo Game Show, guys. Or Tokyo Game pre-show with Pez. Well, we're going to sit and we're going to hype on all things FF7 Rebirth for 10 hours. 10 hours straight. We're going to sign off between now and TGS, which, well, actually, it's 2:13. I think TGS is in, what, 8 hours? Have I got that right, guys? ETA 8. Where Square Enix got a juicy, succulent stager set purely for Rebirth. They said we're going to be getting new stuff. But juicier for me, I'm going to go... Should I just go back from the beginning, guys? I'm 5 minutes into this 45-minute demo gameplay that's just been dropped. It's going to take me forever to get through this. We'll just continue where we left off from, actually. Pretty much up until this point, very beautiful Mako cave section. Just the visuals on this, the PS5 fidelity. I mean, outside of that, I loved this being done on Unreal Engine. Because I said it's perfect for 7. It's perfect because it's beautiful, it's gorgeous, it's highly expressive, it's an effective engine, in pumping out content. I like that luminous shit show. But it also has that kind of capacity to have a zaniness with it, which is very important with the remake, without making it look peculiar. And it's everything I've been seeing in this Rebirth. Red 13 riding on a Chocobo. Could you imagine what that would look like in Luminous Engine? But yeah, I mean, the PS5, what they've done between this and the remake is huge. There's so much flex. Wasn't FF16 made in Luminous? So I don't think we actually got a confirmation of that, but I think it was Luminous modded. There's like many iterations of Luminous. Luminous Engine hit and miss. I gotta say it's just largely a miss for how much it's hurt the projects that it's been made on. I don't know. Luminous was a big fat flush of capital. You want to blame something for the 78% operating income drop that Square Enix have just had? Don't be blaming it on 16. Put it on Luminous's doorstep. That's the shit that went flushy-washy. FF16 is on 14's engine, actually. Yeah, and 14 is also a Luminous modded. From my understanding, there's also a massively altered Luminous. And that's the thing, I don't know, I'm not tech savvy enough to know what that even means when they say it's Luminous modded. What aspects it's using of luminous, whether it's lighting or shading or processing. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, we had this really cool scene. This is very clearly a Cloud massively demonstrating Zack's personality. It's so weird to see.
Hojo from research and development.
And seeing young cowgirl Tifa.
His predecessor was a great man.
Yeah.
But him.
He chats a little bit about Hojo. Then we saw the HUD, which is very cool. There's some sort of very interesting background in this. On this HUD, I don't know what it is. That looks like the thing that, you know, the orc dives in and explodes the wall in Twin Towers. I don't know if this is like outside the Temple of Ancients or if it's, yeah, just something fancy they stuck in there. Anyway, we're going through. God, that was loud. We're doing some combat. I mean, the whole this whole area looks so freaking cool. Damn, man. So it's curious at this point. It's only us four, these four. What happened to the other soldier? Because there were two infantrymen. There was Zack, the Cloud, and another one with the helmets on. Because one of those dudes, you lose him on the mountain. Tifa says, let's go back and help him. And Sephiroth says, no, we can't, we don't have time. It's unfortunate, but we've got to leave him behind. And that's what I teed up for that being Roche. Where is that motherfucker? Where is he? I also do still like my theory, if you watch my upcoming theory videos, that Roche could be our interdimensional Gilgamesh. I love that idea, guys. I mean, just without anything about him being an interdimensional Gilgamesh, changing his form, personality, and appearance between each world flip, of which there's going to be 3 buried into 5. Do any of you like Roche? Do you want to see Roche come back? Or do you not give a damn? Because there is some substantial, like, suggestion that Roche is potentially more than what he seems. He is obsessed with Cloud. He has said that he's going to meet him again in the original remake, or no, in the first part of the remake. He was supposed to be there on the Midgar Highway scene, the thing that led us up to Sephiroth and Destiny's Portal. Roche was supposed to be there. I think Roche is some sort of wild, like if he appears between every iteration as something new, as something completely different, and he's like a wild card played into each of the worlds that we go into, that would be cool. I think that would be, for me, the most fascinating thing for Roche to be. He was hilarious in their grade. He was so over the top and wacky and zany. It makes me question what the fuck he is. Roche is a secret sex offender. Where's that coming from? I was going through a lot of that yesterday. Russell Brand's got a load of accusations on him, hasn't he? Got? Has anyone seen that? Me and Bree were watching it yesterday. It's crazy. But to be honest, that's also when you know you've made it big. I cannot wait for the day that I get massively pulled up on accusations of sex offence. What? Not that I'll actually do it, but it means that I'm big and people want to take me down. It's like a sign of success. No one who's irrelevant gets accused of that stuff. When will I stop being irrelevant, guys?
We're having to go to court and stuff. That's not fun.
Alright, let's press on, guys. Let's go deeper. Everyone hit the like button on this new stream before it crashes. Get everyone summoned for TGS. Get them all peppered. Right, first strike. It's very cool. Has he got first strike materia on? That's a cool new mechanic. Also very cool that he just did first strike, being that you guys only just showed me that video, that down in OG, first strike was the only materia Cloud had on him, and that's how he was able to sneak up on Sephiroth and get the backstab. because he had first strike material equipped. And we just first strike. Wow. Game is small. Oh, I'm on the small screen. Sorry, guys. Let me go on the big screen. My bad. There we go. There we go. Yes, thank you, Patreon crew. Get out of here.
This won't be the last.
So yeah, I'm blind to this, guys. I have not seen this this content. Oh. Cloud scarpered up there more monkey spider than Reno. Switching to a different character and fight. Oh, switch to Sephiroth. There it is! There it is! Slash with Masamune. Or hold to unleash a red. Stay still, man. A ranged attack. Okay, whatever. Just go on. I should have paused it. Ooh. Ooh. Woo! Sephiroth looks fast and slicey and cutty and elegantor. That's good. The verticality, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of it. There's a lot of it going on. The wall climbs and all kinds of shit. This looks an awful lot like Wallowed. Hopefully it's a bit better than Wallowed. Is that just quickly before we press on, because I'm just so worried about it now. Is everything looking and sounding okay, guys? Is it the full screen? Is it lagging? Is it all good? Except for this 100% going to get modded into the proper pie when it's on PC. I mean, I saw the one where they've modded Sephiroth in Aerith's place. You just see Cloud like carrying Sephiroth. What, the ghost in the train graveyard? Just Sephiroth laying his head on Cloud's shoulder. By the way, it's gonna be. Is this PS5 exclusive? I can't believe I don't even know that. Is this PS5 exclusive for like 6 months again before the PC crew can get it? What's going on there? Alright. A little bit of parkour! Okay. A little bit of crumbly rock. Just to make it feel a bit more immersive. Alright. I don't mind elements like that too much. I mean, there's a shitload of climbing in God of War Ragnarok. So Cloud's just hanging back there looking after Tifa. Yo, what is Sephiroth busting out? He's got like arrow attacks in there. Slices. Whoa! That's that. Oh, is it 3 months only? 3 months PS5 exclusive until PC. That's alright, that's not too bad. A little bit of Slytherin. We'll sing Sephiroth. Look at Sephiroth's confidence with that walking. Like just because you're Mako enhanced and you're that fucking strong, it doesn't mean you can even slither across a fucking plank better than everyone else. God damn it, Sephiroth. Stop making us all feel so insecure and inferior. Yo, V Taylor. Over there for his peasants. Thank you for the membership, mate. Very cool. Much appreciated. Shout out to all the YouTube member crews. Keep this channel going. Is Cloud bugging on the spot? What's happening? Oh. Does make me wonder how glitchy or buggy this could be. Because Square are doing a lot of work. So the 2 discs, guys, yeah, a PS5 disc can only really hold 100 gigabytes, right? There's a lot of games that are larger than 100 gig that don't come with 2 discs. And very quickly, I don't want to miss anything. The main reason for that is a lot of what discs typically do now is you insert a disc and it will start the download process, but then mostly shift the downloading onto a digital format. It'll be coming in digitally. So the disc is really just the start for that. It's very seldom that you download all the data from the discs. So it was peculiar that this had 2 discs, and they have said, because I thought in my mind, that means we need to insert 1 disc, download it, and then insert the second. Like, that's old, that's clunky. Very few games do that now. But yeah, it turns out that is the case. The game is 150 gigabits, and 1 disc is going to have 100, the other is going to have 50 on it. I'm going to have to do a 2-disc installee. But it makes me wonder why, because I thought, you know, is there a thematic reason for the 2 disc? It doesn't seem that way. It's just because the game is very, very large. But it didn't really explain to me why they can't just do what most games do and just do it off the digital. It's weird. Whoa, what is this? A zoo! Oh man. I love this game so much that even basic mobs that I recognize is like Madiga Void Shatter. What the hell is this? Oh, did the zoo just break that Void Shatter? That was such an anticlimax. Whoa. Wait, how much can you air juggle? I've seen in a few of the trailers, seems like you can do some pretty wild shit. Gons, heavy boy. I feel like this person's gameplay style is a little bit all over the place. That's cool. Creatures diffusing into live stream. Sprinky dinks. I'm going to have to delete a lot of stuff for this game. My PS5 is constantly running at max capacity. One of those games I keep looking to delete is Horizon Zero Dawn, but I'm like 2% from the ending. I'm just like, come on dude, just finish it. I'm so excited for this title, guys. Bring it on. Y'all got your PS5s? I'm playing this day one. Who fancies coming on the live stream adventure with me? You better be there. You better bloody be there. Hopefully there's not many puzzles in this Nibelheim section. I installed a 2 terabyte onto my PS5. I'm still a 1 terabyte basic bitch. I think I'm a terabyte. I'm hoping I'm not a 500 gigabit or noob. No, I'm a 1 TB. I'm really waiting to see that iconic Nibelheim bridge. So this is peculiar. Is this because we're close to the Mako reactor? Where have we... Maybe because we're coming up to that section where we've just seen the crystallized live stream, they've already come a big way of the way through Nibelheim, right? So we haven't seen this from the start. So maybe has the bridge collapsed where we lose one of the infantrymen? Has that already happened?
The video looks a little choppy. Is it just the video or is it your stream?
How long's it been choppy for? Is the stream choppy, my friends? Pez, you got to finish Horizon. I really do. I really do. But yeah, I feel like we've jumped, like, not entirely everything that's here in the Nibelheim section. What's very cool about Nibelheim is obviously based after the Norse world Niflheim, which is the gateway to Helheim. And that's why, you know, in Helheim in Norse mythology is where souls go. That's why Tifa always used to look out in the mountains and say that she believed her mother's spirit had passed into the mountains. It's kind of what sends her, you know, to going out there a lot. And it's also where Tifa, I think, might be loosely based on this character called Nana. She has like a husband who gets put into more or less he gets frozen for all time in Helheim, where it's frozen for many, many years. Exactly what happens to Cloud once you're going in the live stream tank. A lot of Norse weaves at this section of the game. Yeah, can you let me know, Bree guys, if this is really choppy? Gameplay is choppy. Just, is that still choppy, guys? I cannot catch a break today. Has it been choppy the whole time? But yeah, this looks like the reactor sector, so section.
Elevator access restricted due to Mako gas concentrations. Air purification unit must be employed to clear excess Mako gas.
Interesting. Mako gas. The fact they're putting Mako gas in there as like an actual thing we have to navigate around, I feel like that's one of the explanations for how Cloud throws Sephiroth into the live stream. Oh no, we got a big Hoover! We
Mako gas levels reduced by 70%.
70%. So we have to go pushing around a big Mako Hoover around. Because yeah, like there's the whole idea that Cloud threw Sephiroth just through sheer force of will and like life energy. But if you specifically watch the animated version of the Nibelheim flashback, you see Cloud after he's thrown like Sephiroth, he's like, and his eyes are like flashing green. He's got a good green flash in his eyes, and the idea that this whole reactor is very gaseous, and Cloud has actually inhaled a lot of Mako gas. I feel like this is why this section is in here. What we're seeing right here. So,
Still choppy, but a lot of people are saying it's not too bad to where it doesn't bother them so much. Is it the YouTube video itself? Does it look choppy for you?
No, it don't look choppy for me. I'll close off my crypto tabs.
And that's probably part of it.
No, I can't close any other tabs because these are the ones we want to look through.
Maybe that'll help.
Well, sorry it's choppy, guys.
They said it's mostly fine, so I don't think they mind so much. But I knew you would mind, so.
Okay. Yeah, let me know if it's still choppy. Yeah. Crypto scammer. Yeah, man, I've got a big, exciting project coming. It's called Peasant Coin. Doesn't that sound like a project you can trust? Peasant Coin. I swear, guys, I won't rug pull you. 20x returns in 3 months before Rebirth comes out. Oh, I'm liking this music, though. This is good music so far. I also really like the Rebirth trailer tune. The main theme of Remake made into a battle theme. It's very spicy. What am I seeing right now, guys? I swear to God, Geek Culture Plays. I know I'm not the best game player. I know this. But can we just go back and just watch this guy struggle to open a single fucking crate? Can we just watch this for a second? What is this struggle? Open the crate, man! Oh. I'm more hyped for this. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people's hype has exponentially increased after the latest showings. Are you one of those people, guys? Or are you like me? It was impossible for your hype to actually get any higher. I'm as high as you get. I'm not enjoying the choppiness of this. There we go. Oh, what's going on in here? This is a boss arena if ever I've seen one. For sure this is a boss. What's coming? Oh, here we go. Man, look at all this live stream flex. I still wonder, guys, like, especially when you look at that, you see the little green sparkles. The fact that in that Rebirth trailer, Tifa's looking at a weapon in the live stream. Has anyone got a theory or an explanation for that? What is going on there? How is Tifa in the live stream? It can't be the memory dive sequence. We know this is going up to Forbidden Capital. Are they pulling that in earlier? Did you, when you read the synopsis, guys, did you read it as the weapons are waking up earlier on like Cloud's, Cloud and the gang side of things? I kind of think I misinterpreted it as they're going to be waking up on Zack's line earlier. What is going on? But yeah, this definitely, like when you look at it here, you know that's what Tifa was in the live stream. It's madness. Oh, what's coming for us?
What?
Is it going to be a... Oh, is it one of those bugs? Oh, one of those classic Orny bugs. That, yeah, I recognise this motherfucker. Whoa! Look at the detail on that. Oh my goodness. It almost looks like a behemoth face. A very behemoth. Yo, look at that thing. Ah! That is nuts. Also, it makes me wonder, do any of you remember in OG the mystery of the things that were coming for the crew? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? So they're in the Northern Crater, right? And there was a few warnings leading up to that point that Genova had like a little army of things. And I always thought, well, they're like mechanoids, and we never really saw them. But you're in the Northern Crater, and then it says, they're coming. They're coming, and then they never come. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? It was like this open-ended thing in OG of something that was in the Northern Crater that was going to get us. But yeah, I recognise this guy. Trine guy. Is this what he's called? Trine? Either way, that looks insane. Pez, look, it's Materia Keeper from the original. What are you linking me? Yeah, your link is... Oh, yeah. It's this thing. Is this what he was called? Materia Keeper. It's very cool.
This way.
Alright, yeah, there goes Cloud and
You said you wanted to
Tifa. Cloud's being best bodyguard.
It thinks we're after material.
Someone should tell.
Oh, the way that music just dropped in perfectly into that transition. So smooth.
Try to keep your guard up.
Maybe try mixing it up more.
Oh, Zack getting sassy.
Show them what we can do.
This guy is getting absolutely wrecked.
Not doing so great. Get me out of here. Let's go.
Be too hard.
Should be too hard. Sephiroth intentionally ain't helping. Why is this guy not switching to Sephiroth? If you are locked up in the claw this long, just switch. This guy's gameplay sucks. And why can't Sephiroth? Yeah, there you go. You finally swapped. Finally, there you go.
Just hold on.
He's been hit by every attack. Every attack. God. What were the difficulty options on base remake? Is there going to be a Dark Souls difficulty mode on this? Quite literally not a single attack has yet been evaded, guys. Not one. Not uno number one. I'm not one to talk because I'd probably do the same, but...
On me.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, the team attack. Whoa! Oh! Choreography. Let's go. That was cool. Alright. You know, no creepy calling. Normal, hard, and classic. Did we have to unlock hard on NG Plus? Mucus jet. Oh, you hear that orchestra in the back? Choir, I mean. It's so what can you do here?
Hold still.
Fire spells, drop it off.
Move in.
This guy must be playing on easy mode, right? This must be easy mode. Because this guy has got hit by every attack and he's doing insane damage. Void Shatter. Oh, big hits. Holy hell, that damage. I hope this is easy mode, I really do. I want a tougher fight than this. If I can plonk it, just headbutt the wall. I can't wait for hard mode. I want hard mode out the gate. I keep saying it. I want it. Oh, he's opened a live stream.
You're practically panting.
I'm excited.
Such a puppy.
He said the thing! He said the thing! And y'all go and tell me you see that version of Sephiroth and you're like, nah, that motherfucker was just evil from day one. Yeah? You sure? You sure about that?
Stay alert.
Dual blade dance. Oh wow, what is going on? Taking damage second, second enemy fills the limit gauge.
You're gonna need my help. We need to work together.
Yo, this has to be easy mode. He just got hit with that trine and it did like no damage. I wonder if there's anything I'll be able to theorize off of this show. Yeah, I guess they're probably showing all OG stuff, which is what Nomura said for that Rebirth trailer, that they're kind of holding back on showing the new mystery elements. And showing more OG context, material. Previews usually give players higher gear, weapons, etc. to show off more. Not if it's Strangers of Paradise. Strangers of Paradise came out fingering your booty bum cheeks and then made itself easy. I really hate the logic of making demos easier than the actual game. Oh, let's go. Woo! Look, look. Oh man. Seeing Zack and Sephiroth this in step with each other gives me feels, man. Yeah, this guy sucks at playing. Yeah, he kind of does. Sorry, Geek Culture plays. I can't judge, but the gameplay sucks. Oh man, look at those bristles lighting up. Choir going in.
Bird. I got this.
Woo! That was so much energy in this.
Take it from here.
Look at that. Sephiroth having his boys back. Hey. And there's Claude and Tifa. Oh. You saw it. You saw the little stare. Cloud is he's such a pussy at this point. He really is. He's such a wiener. Man. That's a really cool piece. There's the Cloud. Well,
Nice work.
And can we just point out that the reason Sephiroth is even here is to try to look for Genesis, his mate. Sephiroth did nothing wrong. I don't know, man. I ain't after redemption arc, but I'm after representation and justice for Sephiroth. Yeah, that's cool. Yes. Thanks for playing. So that's the whole demo, is it? Is there 2 parts of a demo? I mean, there's 25 more minutes of video. What is this? Man, that's such a... I also like what somebody pointed out with the colouring in this shot. That is very clearly playing on the classic colour schemes that we have for these characters. So in Crisis Core, it's usually the blue background with the blue sky. And Zack going up in the blue sky, would you say I became a hero? With Zack, with Cloud, it usually is that greenish kind of hue, even if that's the Shinra building, sort of the greenish colouring that you typically see. And then with Sephiroth, obviously it's the fire. That's the Nibelheim fire, even in the Ever Crisis. Nukes all of those Rodaran, I think that's what they're called, Rodaran armies. He's always standing on a backdrop of like red fire. So this is very colour thematic. These three splits. Meteor, Crisis Core, White Feathers, and Marco. Yes, this. If Genesis returns, Minerva will get big lore, I feel. Does anyone want Genesis or Minerva stuff? Personally, I want to see Minerva get yeeted, deleted. Wait, so what is this? Oh, wait, we got 2 demos! Discover a piece of what the Junon region has to offer. Cloud and company follow a group of robed individuals through the mithril mines. As they exit, they're greeted by the Junon region. Enjoy traversing the area atop the mountain Chocobo Bell. What is Bell? Is that the name of the Chocobo? As you look into sightings of hostile creatures. Whoa. It's a double demo. Yeah. Did you ever play Crisis Core React to it? I did. I did a, here on this channel,
Check it out.
I did a full Crisis Core remake playthrough. It was actually my first time actually playing Crisis Core. Here we go. Alright, look out for numbers. Oh, why are they covering their numbers? They never usually do that. Marco, are you there? Marco number 49. Dudes, I've got some mind-blowing stuff to talk to you about with Marco. Do I have permission to do it at some point in this stream? Today? Or should I save it for a full-blown theory video? Basically, I have some stuff that's going to rip a hole through the fabric of your remake brains. Whatever you think you know about 7, throw it in the trash. You don't know nothing. When I finally explain to you this Marco theory, because Marco coming back in a big way. Marco is a big deal. Marco is Sephiroth's ultimate trump card that is more significant than any of us can even comprehend. Maybe I'll do it after the video during the stream.
Just them?
But yeah, they're not showing the tattoos. It's so weird for them to be lined up like that. My god, the frame rate is so nice. So smooth. What the fuck? Whoa! Marco, no! Really? He just fucked off with a...
Oh my god.
He ain't coming back.
Wow. So that failed clone is just getting fed to a bunch of baby birds later. That's... Also, I don't know if any of you know this, but the failed clones all have names. I shared this in a video earlier. I don't think many people know this detail. But they have identities. I'm going to be talking a lot about Annette Townsend, Evan Townsend, specifically in my next theory. But here are their names. Caitlin Stark, Edmund Stark, so the Starks, so the Game of Thrones, fucking the Starks. Trevor Showen, Ezra Monte, Ian Meadows, Rick Fergus, Lisa Tutti, and Senna York. That's definitely Lisa Tutti. You just got yeeted then. But yeah, here are their names. The Kids Are Alright, a Turk side story. This is appearing in the remake. Everything with Kyrie, Muriel, Leslie. This is a big deal. Because The Kids Are Alright is a real strong nexus point on the clones, where they go, what they're about. And it's definitely playing a much bigger role in this. Like, look at this. What the hell are all the clones doing here? This has to be a fanfic. No, Kids Are Alright is canonical stuff, man.
That city they're headed to, is that?
Whoa.
Shinra territory.
I'm so pissed off they're hiding the tattoo numbers. Evan will appear. He for sure will appear. And I think he could appear at the reunion, specifically. Rufus's half-brother. Ooh. Was that a bit of choky music? Woo! Let's go. I love... Oh, that music. I love that we see all the party on riding chocobos along with us. And not just Cloud and one of us. It's so cool. Look at Red. Yes! Oh man. Red is so jarring. Whoa, so they're still using this character menu here as well. Man, it's so cool. Item transmuter. What on earth is this? Sage leaf, marijuana, laurel leaf to make a cushion. Allows you to use broken down rest stops. What the hell? Yeah, I did hear that there is no chocobo breeding. Are you guys disappointed? Chocobo breeding could be a bit tedious. Getting the right jizzy greens and other greens. Personally, I think I would have liked it, especially to coincide with building your chocobo for the races. Yeah, there's no breeding. Wow, synthesizing and transmutating of items. Ooh. All right.
Agreed. Let's focus on where we can go.
That's cool. That's cool. That clone sounds like how Bree wakes up most mornings. What? Where is that? Is that a wee chokey? That's a baby Martian chokey. I saw it. This person's video quality, it's not just the stream, guys. It's not that good at this point. Their upload.
Well, look at that. Another Chocobo ranch. I wonder where the owners.
So what do we do at these ranches then? If we're not.
Give our wares a once over?
Whoa! Helmets! A scorpion helmet! Yo! Nice! We get to build our chokies. Chokey costume, scorpion breastplate. Oh my god, that's so cool. You just walk around with a chocobo, looks like a guard scorpion. You'll always be guard scorpion to me. Anyone who says scorpion guard, you're a goddamn noob. It's guard scorpion, and you attack when the tail is up. Oh, go on, put it on. I really want to see it. Alright, customizing Chocobos. I like this. This will do. Oh, go on. Shinra, aviation. Come on. That's fun. That's very cool. I wonder if I can dress my Chocobo up as Genesis. I would like that. It would be a very power play move. Wait, what is that baby Chocobo running about? Oh my god, I cannot wait to get my hands on this and get lost for 200 plus hours! I think we know why we're going to put 100 plus hours into this game. Well, yeah, they said it's 100 plus. I don't know if they were just talking about what their projected sort of casual game experiences. Probably not even completionist. But you know, they said that their goal is for us to get so lost in between story arcs that we actually almost like completely get derailed. There's going to be so much in this to get derailed on. Guys, they have said that two-thirds of this game is exploration. Optional stuff, missable stuff. Yeah, they said the main story, they said the exploration is double that. That's 2/3. That's wild. And what I love about it as well is that when we go to the Golden Saucer, every time we come back, there's going to be new difficulty modes. There's going to be new games added. I really hope I can just get lost in some of these side games for innumerable hours.
Rare Zemzalek variant identified. Commencing guidance protocol.
It gives me so much.
Are known as sages of the skies, not only because of their intelligence.
What the hell is that?
Remarkable feathers that make them both active and useful.
Wait, we have something called May. I just need to fix the lighting on this camera. What the hell is that? We have some sort of something called May, and it gives us little info breakdowns on mobs. That's really cool. That's very, very cool. Let me turn the light on. It's dark as hell in here. Yeah. Any better? Oh. Is it 159 days to go? 159 days to go. That seems like a really long time, actually. Well, that is a long ass time. Hold on. What month was it? Fucking hell, is it's like 5 months away, Jesus. May's doing a lot of David Attenborough. May's our. She is saying a lot. Oh my god, red gameplay. Show me it. Suddenly get good at combat, please. For the love of God. Novus! Wow! Orange red! Thank you so much, mate. You've just bought me a trip to the beach, mate, with a pina colada. Well, I'll be in 3 days. Thanks to you, Novus. I'm going to be drinking martinis on the beach and making Final Fantasy 7 theories. Yeah, this is a really cool fight, actually. I'm liking just not this person's combat, because it's kind of sucking. But you're seeing the mechanics at these, what are they called? Whimsalets? These whimsalets. And they're doing some interesting stuff. What is that timer? I think, is it some sort of quest? Or challenge? Defeat all enemies within the time limit. I don't know if this person's going to make it. So why would you be trying to attack? Yeah, get on air if you're ready. I can't with this person's gameplay, guys. They're literally just there swiping with red on the floor. It's a flying enemy! If it's in the air, use barrel or AF! Please. Please, man. They're not doing a good job at showing the mechanics.
Go on.
So, oh, bring it down. It's nearly staggered. Oh my god. Right, there you go. Mash it. You got 25 seconds. Pez, you must return to defeat Weiss before the rebirth. Yeah, should I go back? I really do want to go and play for some Fort Condor. Oh my god, they got 11 seconds. Yeah, they got this. Just pick one! It's actually making me spit on my laptop with rage. There you go, well done. Holy.
Well, you're always welcome to make another attempt.
Alright, so this is cool. Multiple kind of challenge conditions. No, not just the time limit. Stagger, prevent an enemy from using soothing breeze before it takes flight. What kind of mechanic is this that's going on? I like it. I love little fights, getting conditions put on them. Just add a little bit of like challenge and reward. That is very, very cool. When do you think they're going to drop this demo into our hands, guys? You could do Yuffie's hard mode. Her combat simulator super boss is rough. Wait, what was her simulator super boss?
Go on.
Why can I not remember? Oh, wait, no. Yuffie didn't go in the simulator though. We didn't have a simulator with Yuffie. Did we? Am I tripping? What are you saying? Nani? Oh, you talking about Pride and Joy? Proud Clod? Wait, what? No, Pride and Joy was in the main game. I feel like I need to go and play episode Yuffie. I need to go play it. Oh, that was cool. That was really, really cool. I saw a tweet, guys. I don't know if you've seen it, but not really seeing the team synergy right now. But I saw a shot where Tifa jumps on to Cloud's Buster Sword. The Cloud yeets Tifa. In slow-mo, it looks phenomenal. They really have cranked this combat system up 4 notches. Hey, Kyrex! Welcome to the stream! Have you got your TGS jimmies locked and loaded? Are all of you wearing socks right now so that Rebirth can blow them off? They're going to be showing us new stuff not seen before tonight. I'm really, really getting annoyed that this baby Chocobo isn't being given attention. We need to pet it. It needs petting. I fully plan to sew some undies tonight.
So all of this is Junon?
I really want to go check out Max's ideas behind Rebirth, what he's been saying. Oh wow, this is the entrance into the fishing village. Yo! Very rickety. Very run down. Oh wow, I wonder how much of this Junon section we're going to see. Because yeah, somebody spoiled me Mr. Dolphin. Are we going to see Mr. Dolphin in a minute? I'm not going to lie, I am going to kind of poop and squeal if I see Mr. Dolphin. Show me that big slippery bugger. Who's she?
One moment.
Oh, another OG character?
Welcome to Under Junon. our sunless oasis.
Hello.
My name is Rhonda. I'm the mayor and sheriff around these parts.
Rhonda. Oh, this is cool. Oh. Now that right there is a FF7 El Clasico kind of tune. Let's go. Strip back. Basic wanted. Oh shit. 100,000 gil each. Is that all shit we're offering? Bitch numbers. Absolute bitch numbers. But it's curious they've got, yeah, they've got Biggs, Jesse and Wedge on there. Assume they don't know the fates of those characters. But I mean, obviously in this Rebirth world, they're still after. Obviously on Zack's end, they've loaded 2 of those into a helicopter. Biggs is alive. Well, I'll buy Tifa for 100k. Yeah? You got the money?
What?
Avalanche, huh?
That depends on who's asking.
A woman who could turn you in. And be 100 grand richer for it.
Well, actually, 200 grand, you silly woman, because 2 of them are there. Fucking hell, Rhonda, you can't even basic math.
Well, you know what they say. Can't take it with you.
Smooth one, Barrett. So 500
And
for
Aerith to
Aerith.
boot, huh? That's another $500,000 on top.
Wow.
$500,000?
Damn. Let's cash in. Wait, isn't that how much Aerith's red dress cost? How much did that motherfucking thing cost? It was something ludicrous in base remake. Does anyone remember the number? I swear it was like $1 million dress. 1 million gil.
We know when to turn a blind eye. Consider our lips sealed.
Sorry, but I call bullshit.
Well, I don't think you would if you knew even half of what my town's been through. You don't like it? Leave. But over there, a quiet little inn where everyone's welcome.
Very cool. So Rhonda is purely an OG character. From my understanding, I've never heard of her, seen her. So they did say we'd have OG. Wait, that's Priscilla. I had noticed Priscilla with the stupid red shorts. Oh my God! Look at this village. 1 million gil. It was 1 million gil for the. Was that for the tournament? And I think Madam M, like, she fucking rinsed us. She's like, I'll make you a dress or some shit if you give me the prize money. Like, absolute robbery. And his Shin were only given $500,000 reward for the ancient. Come on, guys. You ain't taking it serious. Yo, this is so cool. Man. I don't mean to toot my own horn, guys, but one of the first videos I ever did on this channel is what kicked my channel off. Is I did a whole breakdown on what the remake would look like, and I took everything into proportional and like dimensional, like scaling, and I went like place by place, and I said like what realistically would the size of this area be, and how long it would take to walk across it. I gave some like vague blueprints, and something like Junon or Calm or the crossover. I was like, yeah, you can literally walk from one side of Calm in OG or even Fisherman's Village in how long? 2-3 seconds? 2-3 seconds! And if you blow that up to AAA scale in an immersive town, it's going to 15x that, minimum. And then I threw in all the other, because a lot of people are really confused as to, okay, well, why is Final Fantasy IX like potentially going to be a 1 installment remake as per the rumor? Well, that's because I also broke down how many unique locations between 7, 8, and 9, like the old golden era Final Fantasies. 7 had almost double almost double the number of unique locations as those other FFs. So, and I broke that down by like cutscenes and how long it would actually take to, and I was like, this probably has to be a trilogy. It probably has to be. No, you fucking idiot peasant, you goddamn peasant fool. But just to see like Fisherman's Village, like the overall scaling and scope of it, it's actually more than I imagined. Like way more. Oh shit! Whoa! Whoa! What? What is Yuffie doing here? Is this the crew first meet? Is this how we first meet Yuffie then? Surely not. Yeah? She ain't gonna pilfer our gear in the woods? What? So Cloud's gonna give mouth-to-mouth CPR to Yuffie. Classic. Well played. Bravo, Square. Bravo. Classy move. Oh man, the forest meeting is overturned for this. Interesting choice, but damn, Yuffie's just been yeeted into the water. Would not be expecting this. Oh, damn. What? There he is! No way, Mr. Dolphin saves Yuffie. Get upstage, Priscilla. Yeah? Go on, Mr. Dolphin. You goddamn legend. What the... Yuffie took a full-blown spinal injury and she's a paraplegic for the rest of the game. Oh my god, she just ate shit so hard. Holy hell.
Hey, we're coming.
Oh damn, her leg is bent in a bad way. Yo, you shouldn't just pick someone up like that. You could literally give them a spinal fucking... Okay, I...
Get its attention. On it.
Yes, Barrett! Yes! Fuck, that's so cool! Yeah, we're gonna fight this thing on the... Oh, it wasn't a ship, it was this platform dock.
Come on.
Oh, are we gonna get to play this fight? Oh, this is in the demo too! Nice! How does this thing fly up in the air though? Right, what kind of logic or physics is out there? I'm asking for logic in a fantasy game again. Okay. Bottom Swell. Was that his name? Bottom Swell? Bree gets a lot of that. Yeah, I hope they show the cutscene after this. The team meeting Yuffie for the first time. Oh god, getting stuck into a bubble, and then you got to pop it. Or Cloud suffocates. Oh god. Look at poor Red. This guy's getting absolutely wrecked. No, Hell House made perfect physics sense. This thing makes no sense. Oh, Red just got slammed. Oh, but still, my little fanboy heart. Man, to see this much love and attention, and energy and just quality pouring into my favourite game of all time. Oh. Ah. I'm still at the stage of like never fully believing that what I'm seeing is just, it's actually happening. Like for so many years,
Watch the water.
this was just some random daydream in my head. And it's like, ah! Did any of you guys ever sign the remake petitions? Shit, man. The number of years I spent arguing with strangers on the internet that this could and should and would happen. Oh man, these bosses have a lot of abilities designed just to make you look and feel like a little bitch. The big old imprisoning abilities. This guy's getting wrecked. Look, every single water burst. This guy's getting wrecked. I'm telling you, man. They should have died 5 times over by now. What that? Oh, that's every single hit. Come on, yeah, drop res limit break. Use anything. So are we not having team attacks in this demo? Looks like we're going to unlock them later. Game will end when all party members hit 0. Come on, let's wipe. Oh, bloody wipe it. Oh, synergy abilities is there.
I won't give up.
Okay, I'm fucking done. I'm done. I can't. This mother. Oh, there's no way. He just tries to limit break on the other side of the map. Fuck, clouds, cross, slash. Ugh. It's actually making me incoherent with rage. Damn. Is this how it sometimes feels for you when you're watching me play? This guy plays worse than Pez. Thank you. That makes me feel good. Because I'm really starting to worry that this is what I put you guys through on a daily. Like, holy shit. He's like, I've been yeeted. You know what I should instantly do? I should just limit break from here. Oh! Oh yeah, and now dodge the sploons. I swear, this guy just likes the feeling of the fucking watery jets on the soft, supple skin of his butthole. Cloud just got B-dayed to death. That's why I also can't wait to go back to Japan. Their fancy toilets. Holy shit, everyone's getting wrecked. Not one dodge has been... No, yes, now get air with wrecked. That's it, you're doing it, you're dodging it. So honestly, you might as well just run those sploons. Come on, solo with Aerith. Oh no, that's it. Oh, what happened here then? Just gave up, just thought, oh god, the big giant tornado coming from the ground, I'll guard it with my stave. Healing wind! Okay, I gotta stop. This is... Outside of the gameplay, I am loving what I'm seeing.
This might be it.
Oh, he's made it. 69 HP. Of course it is. That's the one. Come on, you can't post again. Oh, I guess at least we'll get to see if there's boss checkpoints. Yes, no boss checkpoints. Nice. This is good. We like this. All right, I'm gonna skip a little bit ahead. I don't know. Maybe some of you are enjoying this guy's gameplay. I'm convinced they're playing on easy mode as well. He dies at the TGS demo showcase. What, Max? Or this person, I guess. Yeah, they had to be there at the showcase, right? To be fair, I'm going to give this person some credit. Like, they may be playing this discombobulated because, you know, they haven't played in a long time. Maybe they've been doing some other things. They've been studying, like, for school. Maybe they're going back into a new career. Maybe they've had some family issues going on. Maybe they're high as a motherfucking kite. Maybe at this TGS showcase, they're just so hyped. They're so excited by what they're seeing. Yuffie's just showing up. They're trembling with anticipation. Excitement. Could be a number of factors for why we're seeing this debacle. Like, this is 40 wipes on Catherine full body tutorial level of get your shit together. Man, Red is... he's defying the laws of physics like crazy. Okay. Wow, okay. You just... casting abilities from anywhere? Wow, Stardust Ray. Ooh! That's very cool. Bro is choking hard. Oh yeah, he's choking.
I think we'll finish him off.
And you know what these game events are like? They're like cons. They're very promiscuous events. It's the only time most gamers go outside. They get excited over games, and they dress up, and they go back to their hotel room, and they fuck. Like 9 times out of 10, they fucking. This guy is not getting any ass after this gameplay.
Watch the water.
New FF fans from 16 are going to freak out when they don't see timely accessory rings. Oh, come on, run in the opposite direction to the Waternado. Who is this playing? Geek Culture plays. Man, I'm loving the number of mechanics. This boss is popping it out. You've got the water prism, water shots, 3-way splits. Yeah, physical grabs, which he's been hit by every single time. Areas, aerials, positionals. Oh, he missed again. He missed again. With another limit break. Come on, dude. This gameplay is killing me, bro. Look, why is this guy's strategy to bust a limit break as soon as he gets yeeted across the platform? Like from here. Even though I've already seen it didn't work, I'm going to try again. I'm going to... It's almost impossible to miss with that ability. You found a way.
Where'd my cupcakes go?
Huh? There's one cup. Why is it open?
Because I didn't eat it earlier.
Could you put the kettle on for me, love? And if any of the other peasants, 157 of you in the house, if you hit the like button, Bree will make you a cup of tea.
That's a lot of water.
Anyone want a cup of Darjeeling?
Yeah, but really?
Sit down and drink your goddamn tea.
Is this the last one?
Yeah, that's the last one. Bree's been...
Did you throw the rest of them away? Is it really the last one?
Bree has single-handedly eaten a pack of 20 of these. Single-handedly.
Is that really the last one?
The diabetes is coming for you harder than Terror of the Deep is coming for this guy.
But like, actually, they're all gone?
Yeah.
Like, you're the one who threw away the packet.
Yeah.
And it was empty.
I can't discuss your cupcakes any further. They're gone, alright? You ate them all.
No.
You greedy girl. Can I have a coffee? Zodzek wants a coffee. One coffee coming up.
Okay.
Jeanette could go for a brew as well. Nice.
Okay.
V Taylor's a bit of a fancy pants. Wants a jasmine tea.
Sorry. We're making coffee.
Alright.
Make coffee.
I'm loving this. I'm loving this.
Better off with magic.
Like, how many times do they have to tell you, dude? Better off with magic. Whoa! Look at this! What is going on with Cloud's legs in this firebolt move? He's fucking going like ragdoll mode. Watch this. Wow!
Stay strong.
I'm pretty sure Cloud's spine is not staying in a safe and healthy position. But look at this.
Magic.
Oh, oh man, that's so cool.
Strong, okay?
Aquatic twister, that's it. Gap close, dodge, 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 dodge. He's going for another firebolt. Man, the slow mode with the strategy is just the best thing about this combat system. I'm gonna have a merry old time with this game. Oh, nice. First team attack. Oh, oh, what other than the Sephiroth and Cloud one? Oh, 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 firework blade. Oh, look at that, look. That's so cool. Fucking love that. Ah. Yo, there looks like there's a lot of synergies in here. And I'm here for all of them. I hope you can unlock some also through like from the freedom and exploration. I daydreamed about Team Synergy, guys. I did a video on Team Synergy being the thing. Well, what the fuck did Aerith just do? Did she just reposition? What did I just see? Ward shift. What? Nani? What level of mad livestream nonsense is that?
We'll get you out of there.
Aerith can reposition. Holy shit. Don't come and get her. Oh, of course. Why am I expecting this guy to get out? Yeah, that's it. Just drop a limit break. That was actually pretty smart limit break though, that one. I ain't gonna lie. I feel like it was purely coincidence though. This guy seems to panic limit break every time. Depending on who you are, synergies are different. And do you know if there's anything more than two-person synergies? I've not seen anything. Personally really hoping. Maybe they'll save that for the next part. Like three-person synergy attacks. Keep all the old ones in. I really hope we have an expanded list of team attacks. Will Aerith stay in her ward? That's the real question. Oh my god, okay. A minute, I thought you were about to whiff that cross slash again. That's it, dodge the water cell. Oh god. It's a very stressful fight to watch. Very stressful. Pez, are you going to do a no heal, no gear, no material run on Rebirth? What do you want to see?
Gotta heal first.
Again, I definitely went. Oh, wait, is that the end? I feel like this person just gave up. Are you serious? We don't actually get to see the end. You made me sit through that and you're not. Are you kidding me, mate? That's where their gameplay ends. Do they get kicked off the system? You're only allowed 45 minutes. Your time's up. You goddamn noob. What the fuck? Was there not more? Wait, oh man, I need to see. Did Max play this? What's going on? Do you just cover it? I gave my link. Want another? I feel like, is there more on the end of that? All right, nice, Novus, you legend. You're legend, mate.
The great challenges in this world.
Right, calm down, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Calm down. I don't care about one of the greatest challenges. Right. Man, I feel like I just got hard blue balled then. Really wanted to, I'm never going to know if that person was able to kill the boss. I think the answer is no.
A very young, naive Cloud. He even comes across completely different.
I totally agree.
Crazy.
Well, it's not crazy at all. It's Zack, and it's awesome they're presenting it that way. What else did we have here? Seems like no one gets this soothing breeze boost or achievement. Might be hard to pull off when you're at TGS. Oh, wait, what is happening here? Oh, things are happening with the Chocobo. Chocobo stop is now in working order. What the hell? Yes, things. And there'll be quick travel points. Yay! Go on, pet the Chocobo. Yes! Yes! The cute little fucker. What's he got on his arse though? What the hell is that? That brings me more joy. And I could rightfully tell you guys. I wonder if they change anything up with the Choky gear. I kind of want to see some of the other ones. Why is Pez being Pezzy? Sure, what was that? Sure hope Gabe.
Sure hope Gabe starts pulling his weight.
Who's Gabe? Oh my god, look at that! Look at that! Go back, I want to see that in that full gear. That's cool, that's very cool. Nice, alright. So, let me go back to this fight, see if there was more in the end. Right, let's see some different combat. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah! This is a much better quality stream as well. I should have been watching this one from the start.
Still in it.
Much cleaner.
It's on you. Take over.
Guess it's my turn.
I literally chose to watch the noobiest gameplay on the internet. Pez, are you ordering the Premium Collector's Edition? So I'm on the road. I don't really have the capacity to carry that thing around in a suitcase with me. So most likely not, and I do feel a kind of way about it. Cause I got the Clan with the Hardy Daytona. Alright, what about you guys? Are you getting 19 inches of Sephiroth in you? I wonder if scalpers are going to try to lock it down, greedy bastards. This is Game Riot, Rosso. Much cleaner, 1.85 million subscribers. Let's go Game Riot. Man, that Stardust, Red does. Very cool. I kind of want to see it again. Just give me a sec, guys. I want to see what is in the design on that. That is Red Stardust, right? Yeah, Stardust Ray. Oh, ooh. Look of anything in those in that design. Very constellation-y. Looks epic.
Hope you don't mind if I fill you full of holes.
Seems that this boss is actually a little bit of a struggle for a lot of people. Savage Assault. Here we go. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, Cloud and Red team attack. Right, sweet. Oh, thank you, darling. Wasn't too much. I couldn't really see what was going on there. Savage Assault, just... It's like they're just doing random shit separately. Cloud and Red don't get on that well. Confirmed. Oh god, another whiffed. Limit break. Oh no. We clipped on the end. There we go.
Oh no, you don't.
Bottom of... Whoa! Whoa, Mr. D's in the house. Go on. What's he doing? Is he setting Cloud? No. Synergy attack, team attack, Mr. Dolphin! Wow! Sploosh! Please show us a bit more after this. Oh no. Cloud's hair is affected by physics of water. Oh shit! Mr. Dolphin!
Oh no, you don't.
No, like... What? Can someone explain? Yeah, I know those kids. Can you hear them?
Hear that, baby?
There's some kid wailing. Yes, I know. 5 months until the rebirth. I know. I feel your pain, kid. But seriously, shut up.
Just some casual childish.
I just want to know what the fuck Cloud was thinking was going to happen at this point. Like, Cloud's legging it to the end of the pit. Are you telling me that he knew Mr. Dolphin? He knew. But Mr. Dolphin was his homie.
Well,
And was gonna
saved Yuffie, so.
was gonna team him up for that jump attack. Like, Cloud knew this.
Dolphins are
Just like Mr. Dolphin's just like, let's fucking go. Let's do it. I got you, son. I got you. Yeah, you're gonna jump to the end of the pit. I'm gonna fucking slingshot you off. I'm gonna fucking get this done. Cloud jumps. He's jumping into the abyss. He synergized hard with Mr. Dolphin. I need to do a theory on that. What universal force or law or life stream mechanic allowed Mr. Dolphin and Cloud to team up like that? That's my next theory video. It's going to be a 50-minute long juicer. Cloud's like, get the fuck off me, man. Don't touch me! Don't touch me, you fishy fuck! Oh, that brings me so much joy. So curious. That's when we're first going to meet Yuffie. Like, what was her game plan here? Was she sailing into Junon at that point? Or was she planning to go over to Costa del Sol in a little rickety boat? It looked like Yuffie was leaving. Was she trying to get back to Wutai? What the hell's going on? Cloud was aiming for the abyss. Dolphin theory is coming! It's going to be epic! Alright. Well, I cannot wait to get my hands on all of that. That's very, very cool. This is definitely a new character, right? I mean, there's nothing I can take for... This is all just OG stuff, other than the clones being here, which... didn't happen in OG, and there's a lot that didn't happen in OG. Can you guys confirm to me, does anyone remember, when did we first fight Jenova in OG? It was on the boat, right? The crossing over to Costa del Sol. That's the first time. Curious, is it not? Now we had a fight with Jenova in the Midgar building. Specifically, who was Jenova at that point? Bordering very closely on spilling my theory beans all over your faces, guys. Doesn't Tifa have a dolphin attack? Yes, she does. Yeah, it was on the boat. So being that in the original compilation we fought Jenova on the boat, why do you think Sephiroth had us fight Jenova sooner. Why do you think? I really want to lay this theory out on you guys right now. Bree, can I do it? No. Please. No. Bree says I can't. I have to save it for a video that you guys have to click and like give me monetization and shit. She's so mean. That coffee is weird tasting. Oh, it just gave me the shudders. Tessa ayahuasca. Yeah. Well, before I potentially do or don't go into that theory blowhole, there's a couple of articles, guys, that I have not seen yet. I'm hoping there's something spicy in here. OG Aerith Music box is $8,000 on eBay. You what, Jeff? $8,000? For what? Send me a link. Can I just type it in? I need to sort this out. Alright, here we go. Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth interview, talking combat, chocobos, mini games, and more. I'm going to be going down a theory tunnel. I'm also going to be going through some of my old theories. We're going to check out some Macs. I want my brain to be blown at some point before TGS tonight. Or at least to blow some of your brains. This is my goal. But let's go through this article. Final Fantasy Rebirth, Hamaguchi talks to us more about etc., etc. New synergy attacks, tons of optional content, mini games. So they talk about it. How much of the story of the original is included in this game. I'll say the locations go in this game go up to the Forgotten Capital. We know that. But you don't need to have played Final Fantasy 7 Remake for this one, right? No. Is that really true? Maybe. I mean, they keep saying that you don't have to play the base remake. I kind of think you do. And I kind of always hope that they assume that the person plays the first one. Because you know what I don't want? I don't want like them trying to be doing a lot of story summary and explaining what the live stream is and using up cutscene time for basic bitch shit. I don't want that. I want the story to just keep escalating and building and building. Not trying to cater to people who may have jumped in on part 2 or part 3, you know? It's like, it's marketing pairs. They will open with a recap. Yeah, I suppose. All the remake project titles have been designed as standalone games in their own right. So any game can be fully enjoyed even if you haven't experienced the previous games. I do think it's worthwhile to play Remake before Rebirth, but it's not essential. If you want to know what happened in the previous game, there was a story so far digest movie in the game that will get you up to speed. Okay, well, that's fine. There's the little digest in there. Well, that's fine. So I mean that's separate. They're not going to be trying to explain stuff in the main story, basically. That's fine. I can be happy with that. I think it's crazy the Remake plus Rebirth bundle gives Remake for free. £70 for both. Wait. Nunny? Is that what they're doing? They're giving the Remake for free? No. Parents complain about unnecessary cutscenes and fillers, even in FF7 anymore. I want everything to be new and crazy and mysterious. And confirming my theories, of which I counted, I've done something like 30. How many of my theory videos have you seen, guys? Is there anyone here who's watched all of them? You're dedicated. Is there anyone here who watched one and found it insufferable? So yeah, I do think it's worthwhile to play it, get you up to speed. 7 Remake had one of my favourite combat systems of any RPG. How have you built it on it for this new game? Combat is still based on Remake, but Rebirth we've added new elements, synergy, skills, abilities. There's nothing really in here at the moment. Meteor system, how's it evolved? Exciting new combinations, more materia types. There are materia that automate some of your actions in battle, like an AI, as well as other exciting new types. There we go, there's the accessory rings. Accessory materia. Auto dodge. Auto heal. Auto attack. I ain't using no automated nonsense. The most recent trailer revealed that there are a lot of new choky types. Yeah, we've got mountain ones, we've got air ones, You can also join the Chocobos you have collected in another way by entering them in the gold. Okay, yeah. By entering them in the gold saucer Chocobo races. Okay. I read that in a weird way. The world does look massive. How difficult was it to interpret the world map of the original 7 in the new game? This was one of the hardest challenges we faced. There are a lot of games out there that let you explore in a limited area for a specific location, but we haven't seen all that many games that let you travel and explore a whole world. If that world is too massive, then it makes it harder for the game to work, but if it's too small, then you don't get the feeling of being in a massive world in the first place. We put a lot of thought and hard work into getting that balance right to fulfill both requirements. I love that answer. That's exactly the tightrope that you have to walk with it. Now, I'd always been anticipating with 7 they'd need to walk. I like what I'm hearing. It's not just Chocobos, of course, their vehicles, the buggy, particularly had an awesome redesign from the original game. How did you capture the look of the original vehicle while making it look fresh and new? We did a lot of research in order to decide things like the basic structure, type of tyre. We looked into the kind of modern motor vehicles used in deserts and on poor quality roads, including military vehicles. Next, we looked at its external appearance, design elements such as the jet engine at the rear for acceleration, and the propeller screws for travelling across water surfaces that were included to hark back to the somewhat fantastical buggy in OG. However, we paid special attention designing these fictional elements in a way that made them look real and functional. That's a lot of talk for just the buggy. I've watched all. It actually drew me in and had me subscribe. Gotta love when the YouTube algorithm works for once. That brings me joy that it works for some of you guys. The algorithm is my nemesis. It is the Sephiroth to my Cloud. It is the illiteracy to my Genesis. It is my Shinra to my Yuffie. The algorithm hates me, hates my guts. Why? What did I do? What did I say? The most recent trailer also showed Cloud zipping along the two-wheeled wheelie. Yeah, apparently this is popped off in Japan. Apparently they're losing their minds about the Segway. Everyone's now riding a Segway. It's like, it's a whole thing. We want to have the player experience feelings of liberation and freedom, so we're giving Cloud and the gang a fun, quirky little vehicle to scoot around on, rather than walking, like usual. There is also a special promotional campaign being run in the game, where you can earn souvenirs from travelling certain distances on them. Wait, what? So I urge you players to take them for a spin. So there's special rewards for how long you go on fucking Segway. Of course, the tiny Bronco will appear. Due to the events of the story, the time they can actually fly is very short, but you can still use it after the wings have been damaged to cross the ocean freely, just like in OG. I was actually talking about this in the Theory video. At 7 actually has a lot of constraints around the rules of air travel. And yeah, very specifically, if Zack and Biggs, so I'm thinking about Zack and Biggs a lot. I do think they're going to team up. Then we're going to see a lot on Zack's end. And what immediately comes to mind is if we are going to be ghosting Zack's story, what's it going to look like? So, like I said, from Zack's POV, he's coming to Midgar. There's been a bunch of tornado destruction all over the place. He goes to the church. Aerith's not there. So he goes to Elmira. Elmira's going to say to Zack, they've taken my daughter. They've loaded her in a helicopter, just like we saw in the news, and taken them somewhere. Where are they going to take them? Well, if they take them to Nibelheim, the main thing is you can't just go straight from Midgar to Nibelheim. You need to travel various continents to get there. So a classic first stop is to go to Junon. I mean, that's why Rufus Shinra has to borrow the fucking tiny Bronco. It's when Palmer gets hit by an ice cream truck. Does that mean that Zack and Biggs, we're going to see them have to try to coordinate this travel? The one that makes me wonder is, you know, if they're going to go to Junon on their end, and is this why the clones are over here? I've got a lot of feelings about this. I might drop my theory in a minute. What new story elements can we expect from the game? As with Remake, we have been careful to maintain the storyline from the original game, while at the same time adding extra story content to flesh it out as Remake. In addition to the main story, there's also been a huge amount of new side content added. And you can expect to see a new story told through that as well. A huge amount of side content. But you can expect to see a new story told through that as well. Is that talking about Zack? Is that Zacky stuff? I don't know, man. Everything I read, I'm like, how does this relate to Zack? I don't know, man. In addition to the main story, there's been a huge amount of new side content, and you can expect to see a new story told through that as well. That feels very suggestive. Zack's secondary story is going to be taking a significant portion of potential playtime, or alternate playtime. I need a pee. Hold the line, guys. Let me play you guys. Oh, I haven't got any music left. 2 secs. No. Who's still in the house? Who's still here warming their cockles up for TGS? They are just dangling at this point. That's a dangle. It's definitely a dangle line. What was this? I mean, from your guys' POVs, if that is talking about a secondary story, a side story told through Zack, are you all aboard that? Or are you more in the camp? Now, I've seen some people clap back at me and they're like, no, I don't want that much Zack stuff. So it's going to derail the story. It will detract from it, be a distraction, water it down. Where are you guys with it? I am personally all aboard the Zack train. 10 doesn't need a remake, 6 does. I agree, but 10 remake looks like it's probably happening. If Zack is a Laguna-ish segment, I don't mind it, but I don't want it to overstay its welcome. Zack and his party don't seem too fun. Well, what do you mean by Zack and his party? Because that's the thing. Who would his party be? No! Did my mic just freeze? Why? Who do you think, if Zack is going to have a party? I mean, regardless if he has a combat party, he's definitely obviously going to meet up with people. My candidates, man, Cisne, Sonon. I really think get Sonon back in on there. Old Biggs, I really would like Elf in there as well. And Jill and Genesis, maybe. But Shulk, well, that would be pretty cool. Basically, it's that line where it says in the synopsis, Sephiroth is going to be making fates entwine and entangle. Really suggests to me he's shoehorning people to meet who should not have met. I'd say that's entirely how Sephiroth has even started this war between Wutai and Shinra. Camera's back. Nice. All right, let's continue this. Let's finish this. How does that new content affect the structure of the game? This was a good question. I do want some background music actually. I feel a bit of tunage is needed. Oh. What have I got? What have I got in my playlist? Let's go for this. Bit of Intergrade soundtrack. Let me know if you guys hear it. So unlike the previous title, which had new content made available to the player following developments in the story, it's going to get really loud. FF7 Rebirth has been designed to allow the player to freely select what order to play much of its content in. Hold up. So Rebirth has been designed to allow the player to freely select what order to play much of its content in. Because of course we had Nomura saying, we're going to the same locations, but then he elaborated and said, we may not be going to the same locations in the same order. But now this is saying, us the players will essentially get to pick. How does that work? I always thought that the location progression and what story arcs happen when was kind of a sacred element of 7. That being up in the air and on player choice, oh man, that's crazy. Accordingly, it has also been structured so that none at all. Listen to this bit. This was what Intergrade did with Yuffie's theme. Let's bask in it for a sec, guys. Take a moment to recognize this summit of legendary gaming comeback that we are standing at. This is the peak right here, guys. Right here, right now. We are at peak Final Fantasy juice. Let's talk about side content. Yeah. If side content is like 2/3 in the significant story, then yeah, I guess it probably is worth talking about. But accordingly, it's been structured so that none of the side content becomes cut off, and you never lose the opportunity to go back and play it, regardless of how far you progress in the story. That means you can always take a detour and explore the expansive and vibrant world whenever the mood takes you. Whenever? You're not going to do what you do with Blitzball? And cut it off and be like, oi, stop fighting about. This is a serious section. Among that new content is mini-games. For that reason, we found it important to let the player come across a lot of mini-games that are actually even more in Rebirth than in OG. What's your personal favourite? Out of all the different ones, the card game Queen's Blood could be said to be one of the headliners. Eh? Queen's Blood? I hope it's anything like Triple Triad. As you guys know, I am a Triple Triad pro. I'm an absolute king. I am the queen of Triple Triad. The little bit of FF8 playthrough I did, I remember how hard I blew your guys' minds with how good at it I was. It's an in-world card game that is very popular in 7 Rebirth, and a minigame that can be played many times from the start of your adventure to the end. Winning matches doesn't just let you enhance your deck, you can also follow a unique Queen's Blood story as well. Whoa! The narrative progresses as you engage more challenges in matches. So there's a story there as well? Let's go! Can we expect to see new elements in 7 Rebirth that are taken from the compilation? Good question of 7. I cannot reveal full details yet, but yes, there are many characters and details added to Rebirth that weren't in OG, but were seen in the compilation. Who are they talking about there? Tell me, guys. Just lay it on me. Yo, that line right there adds some veracity to that being veiled in the back, in the cloak. Because, yeah, I mean, obviously we've had Nero and Weiss pulled in, and I'm really holding out that we get Cisne in here as well. I mean, give your candidates. I mean, Veld, Cisne, yeah, I mean, Evan Townsend. Shit, man. Who else would make sense in here? I wonder if Zack will also team up with Kunsel on his end. But it's confirming there's going to be people from the wider compilation here in the Rebirth. Alright, that's big. Genesis, maybe. Again, I think keep him on Zack's end. Alright, next one. Final Fantasy VII Remake had a fantastical musical score that combined iconic themes with entirely new pieces. What can we expect from the Rebirth soundtrack? Create a huge number, as well as tracks to go alongside. You can expect great things from the music this time around. Please be excited about the music. That's it. You know what blows my mind, guys? When people get an interview with Square Enix to ask about Rebirth, is it just me, or does it feel like none of these outlets ever have a fucking interesting question to ask? Not a one. It doesn't matter what outlet I look at, they ask some of the most mundane, boring, basic, like I sharted that question out fucking over my eggs for breakfast. What can we expect from the music? If I had Square Enix in a room with me, if I had fucking Nomura or Kitase or Najima and I could ask them a question, I would have my camera freeze and look like a fucking idiot. No, I would just have it go completely black. Sweet! I would ask some of the hardest hitting questions in the universe. I would rip a hole through their brains with the shit I asked them. And I would actually fashion my questions into ways that they wouldn't be able to dodge me on. Like, my basic overall goal would be to ask questions in such a slippery manner that they ended up accidentally leaking. That would be my goal. For them to spoil. Oh, Jesus. We back? We back. Right, it would be something along the lines of, right, so you've said there's 4 Sephiroths, and, you know, the one at the edge of creation, we don't know. He also called himself Ori. So talk to me about the concept of Sephiroth, what he lost, what he's getting back, and why you've sort of defined it that way. Then when they answer something along there, that's when they'll fucking sneak in the, tell me what Sephiroth's motive is. And I know what it is, guys. I know what it is. In fact, I'll cover that in a minute. Let's just get through this. What are you excited for fans to experience in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? This game has many tens of hours of side content spread through the game world. Outside of the main story, it's fine to ignore the main story, but you're a basic newbie bronze-ass bitch if you do. So you got to go off and explore the world map to experience the side content whenever you like, at a suitable juncture in the narrative. Where to go and what to start from is entirely down to the player. I can't wait for them to see them enjoy the freedom of choice that the game gives them. Love it. Many thanks. Okay. Yeah, so if you've got a save file, you bring over Leviathan. Let me pause this music. Such a banger, man. Integrate soundtrack or intermission. Absolute slaughter. The golden slaughter. I don't know how I feel about that personally, that if you had a save file you'll get Rama and Leviathan. So like if you don't, it's like fuck you. You ain't something in Leviathan. That's so brutal. Really? I don't know. Please note that data must have been saved on the PS5. I don't even know if I've deleted everything. Am I even gonna get it? Will I be able to buy it? All right, yeah. And here's all the breakdowns of what you can buy. What version are you getting, guys? I really do want the steel case. I want the steel case. That's the main thing I want. I don't want to be a basic digital bitch anymore. I've been buying all my games digitally, and it's not as satisfying. It's kind of hurt my soul a little bit. Pez, the big bird that took the clone in the Rebirth demo was the Fort Condor itself. Whoa! Truly? No way. I mean, it could be. There was a big bird. It is on that continent. Oh shit! The condor flapped off with the clone? Yo! The condor's not even supposed to be awake at that point, right? Isn't it supposed to be like mostly asleep? And we get Phoenix. So I mean, is that one of those things they've stuck the condor in there just to show it, but we're not actually going to get like actual Fort Condor with the Phoenix materia? I mean, you can't get that until much later in the game anyway, right? Anyway, that was very cool. Watch Max's vid. I kind of want to watch Max. Which one of his vids? Oh, well, I was also going to go through my fairy videos. I mean, this is all the ones I've done over the years. So many theories. How many of these would you say you've watched, guys? I mean, yeah, I'm going to watch Max's, get an idea of what he thinks is going on with the story. This is where I'd also love you guys to share if there's any specific areas of Remake or Rebirth that you think you've got a good notion of where the story's going. But if I had to lay mine out real quick, you guys know I think it's basically following the Kabbalistic world theory, 5 worlds, OG, FF7 Remake base, Edge of Creation, Rebirth, following into Asaya, which would be the final one, where pernicious angels rule, separated mostly into Tohu and Tokun, world of chaos and world of repair. You were saying that this is separated between the world of the Lifestream and the world of Meteor, and that Sephiroth, they saw it as fitting that he would be represented in a world of Meteor. Now, obviously, what we've seen on Zack's line is kind of the tornadoes, which comes hand in hand with the meteors. When they come down, you have the big tornadoes ripping up Midgar as well. So it's like the outcome of Meteor is already starting to happen. And that's kind of shown in the fact that, you know, when we actually fight Sephiroth, he actually brings the Meteor in. So this idea that he's creating the world of Meteor, very, very strong. But the fact that it's split into the world of Lifestream, that's what Aerith has taken into. What that tells me, guys, is Sephiroth, his main plan is to take 100% control over the Lifestream. 100. Because what happens if Sephiroth and Jenova manage to corrupt the entirety of the Lifestream? When Meteor comes, and Holy can't hold it back, and there's no Lifestream to come and rally it, then Meteor cannot be stopped. So it makes perfect sense that a Sephiroth who is aware of how his plan failed last time is trying to take control of the Lifestream. How is he doing that? Well, with the bit of Terror Corrupt that he sowed, I think that gave him enough, maybe like 25% of our Lifestream. And that was enough just to rip a hole, a dimensionality hole that took OG into Remake. It shifted the world, reopened the Lifestream. Now what he's doing is he's trying to sow even more Terror Corrupt. And Terror Corrupt is simply when souls are in suffering. The more they suffer, the more they stay individualized in the Lifestream, the more they willingly assimilate with Sephiroth. That's the cool detail about Maiden Who Travels the Planet. Aerith goes and meets like Jesse Biggs and Dean and stuff, and goes up and like gives them live stream therapy. And they're like, oh, sweet, thank you. I can move on in peace now. And they dedicate their souls to Aerith, which is also freaking weird when you think about it. They intentionally let go of their individuality and give their soul to Aerith, which more or less makes Aerith the goddess of the live stream. Hence why in Advent Children, everyone's calling her mother. Kadash calls her mother. Cloud even fucking calls her mother. Aerith's like, Jesus, that's a massive turn off. Like, why is everyone calling me mummy? So it's crazy that Aerith is essentially absorbing the live stream, souls of the live stream, and becoming essentially like a god. That's what's so weird. Like, that is what Sephiroth also wants to do. Madness. The only difference with Sephiroth's version of becoming a god is he would essentially keep the souls in their individualized forms, suffering and tormented, sure, but once he released them onto a new world, maybe not so much. But anyway, that aside, not all souls want to go onto Aerith's side. She goes to some in a live stream, and they turn on her. They become very vicious, very angry, and she has to recoil away from them. And I think in the story it's like they get vicious, and then Sephiroth, like, his presence shows up, like smirking. Basically that some souls willingly want to go onto Sephiroth's side. And that's typically, yeah, if they're tormented. Now, if there's a war happening, global war, that Sephiroth has set the scenarios up for Wu-Tai and Shinra to go to war, that means more people are going to die, more people are going to suffer. That means more people are going to go, not from the world of Livestream, into the world of Meteor. And this is the poles that are pulling the themes of the game. Sephiroth's trying to pull it into the world of Meteor, making it happen that Meteor hits and it lands. So how did Sephiroth go about this? That's the question. I'm going to take you down a little tunnel, guys. I'm going to try not to explode all of my theory juices here because I want to keep it for an actual video. But can anyone work out how potentially Sephiroth might have started this Wu-Tai Shinra war? What might he be using? Think about it, my friends. Dig deep. I mean, Sephiroth and Aerith have similar hair. Do they? I mean, Sephiroth and Aerith have always kind of been very symbolically linked. That's why they were going to be lovers at one point. They were going to be brothers and sister. Brother and sister at one point. Do you think they're going to show off Kingdom Hearts 4? What, here at this DGS? There's enough happening with this rebirth. If they drop KH4 as well, I'm going to dissolve into a muddle puddle. I want to stay classy today. I'm going to be a muddle puddle. Basically, the one link that I can see causing big war, there's one person, man. There's one person who's been in all of this. It's this motherfucker right here. Marco. Everyone overlooking Marco. Just play this for a second, guys. Not only was Marco the one placed in Tifa's care, a random clone, 49. The numerology never went anywhere close to that. Marco not only ghosted Tifa for years, he's also the first one to get turned into Genova. When we fought Genova in the President's office, that was Marco. It was Marco who stabbed President Shinra. So put that in your mind, because what brings about a Wu-Tai Shinra war? Destabilizing something on Shinra's side, but then also the involvement of Wu-Tai. Well, who was the one following Yuffie in episode Intermission? It was freaking Marco. Yes, my friends, right here. Marco has been in every position of what the core geopolitical pillars are in this game, and especially what's now significantly changed. But not only that, think about what Genova does. It's a parasite. When it gets into proximity, it can read your soul, it can read data, just by nature of being tagged. And this was something I had in my head. Oh, Marco has tagged every single character in the game. The camera is glitching a bit, am I? The waves of internet are waving over. Give it a sec. I'm going to sit down and drink my goddamn coffee. Think about Marco. Andrew Fradley, I don't know if you said that as a joke, but I think you've got it. Marco Polo. You're fucking right, mate. Somehow you're right. It's the webcam. Bray! My webcam's glitching. I think it's this internet. Oh, who just dropped me schmeckles? Great React! Ayo! Pez! Did I already miss the TGS stuff? Hell no, man. We got like another 6 hours? 6 hours till TGS? We got so wow. You do think they're a little... Can anyone count the frames on my camera? Let's let it settle. It was a joke. I know it was a joke, Andrew. But you might be right. You might be right. Think about Marco Polo. Is the camera completely frozen, Brie? What, I'm frozen in one spot? I swear to God, if I switch to a fucking chipmunk voice, I'm going to lose my brain.
Okay. Now it just looks like a slideshow.
Now it's just a slideshow. Nice. Yeah, I'm in Colombia, actually, not in Cambodia. I'm in Colombia, guys. And I came to a very, like, beautiful rural section of the country. I'm going back to a town in 2 days. I should be packing up my shit right now. I actually need to be packing up the house. But instead I'm here. Riffing.
It's like you're going like...
Let me see if I drop this window capture. Does that clear me up? Probably not. Yeah, I legitimately think the internet comes in waves, so I just have to wait a minute or two. Might as well just bang out some Yuffie beats while we wait, guys. Let's groove in 3 frames per second. Am I moving? 145 hombres in the house. Are you all ready? Out of 777, how peppered is thy Angus? For TGS tonight. Who's staying up for it? Who's gonna still be alive and awake in 6 hours? Are we back? Yeah? Are my bingo wings flapping smoothly? Nice. Hey! I honestly think it is. I think with Colombia, you've just got to wait for the next insurgence of internet power. It doesn't roll out consistently. Alright. Is it actually... Are we clear? Yeah. Is it still clear? Even though I pulled the screen up? Oh, I've gone back to Lagtown. Still looks good. Okay, cool.
You are a little bit like fuzzy. It's not as bad as it was.
I'm going to keep that shut. No, I need this. No. Well. Anyway, guys, I'll just riff, even if I'm all laggy as hell. Basically, when I look at Marco as a character, not only will he know Tifa, not only will he know her as a person, has he been on the receiving end of her kindness, her compassion, her nurturing, meaning he has significantly tagged, if you will, Tifa as a character, then in the form of President, as Sephiroth, when President Shinra and Barrett get stabbed. You could say Marco has also tagged Barrett. You could say him being turned into Genova Dreamweaver, he has tagged all of the characters, and now even Yuffie. And just think about that. From Genova's and Sephiroth's POV, what they can do. So mimetic legacies, read people's soul, mimic them. There's this inserted clone that has been positioned in all of the most important spots, not only to facilitate a war on the planet, but also to be able to read the characters. I don't want to say too much from a theory video as to what I think Marco is going to be doing further down the line. But I will just say, guys, Marco's name, Marco means war. It means war. I think Marco is based on like Saturn or Jupiter or something, and the Roman equivalent means war. So I thought, whoa, holy shit. Marco is the instrument, the tool that is being used to create the war dynamic. Crazy. But then I thought about that tagging concept, that he's tagged the characters, that by tagging the characters, we could actually have, I can't say anything for spoilers. You just have to watch my theory videos. But that is the concept of Marco Polo, is it not? Marco Polo is that one person closes their eyes. Yeah, Marco, Mars and war. Yeah. Marco Polo, you close it and somebody who closes their eyes is the it, and they have to go around and they have to try to tag, they say Marco Polo, you have the tagging thing. So two areas where Marco massively fits the bill, and not only, of course, the tattoo on his arm, relating perfectly to the Kabbalistic, significant Kabbalistic number. I think Marco is going to be showing up. I think he already has shown up. But what I need to ask you guys is it possible, and I'm going to go in the deep end here, but if every failed clone, it's not if, they all have a person beneath it. Like I said, I just showed you the names, Caitlin and Edward, and they were once people. All failed clones were once people. Now, is Marco an exception? Is he just a fabrication of Sephiroth? He just inserted 49? Or is 49 a person that Sephiroth has a design for, a plan for? That he is creating something, a trump card. I don't know if that's a Cloud clone. I don't know if that's somebody who literally just mimetically reads all of the team and all of their traits and all of their qualities. Because what is it that stops Cloud from being a failed clone? What is it? What is it that stops Cloud just becoming a hollowed out individual? What is it that stops him from just giving in completely to the reunion, to Genova, to begging Hojo for a tattoo? What stops Cloud from being degenerated and becoming sick, and instead madly powerful? It's always the teammates. It's the teammates. It's all the crew in Advent Children and OG. And Sephiroth has seen this time and time again. Would he not create a clone that is trying to assimilate with the same people? That makes Cloud mad powerful. Marco is the trump card to that. Marco is in all of this. And all I could help but think is that if Marco is just a fabrication, there is no human identity beneath it, fine. But what if there is a human identity beneath it? Who could it be? Who would Sephiroth use? Now, I went through this like brain tunnel, guys, and I came up with some wild nonsense. You want to hear my nonsense, guys? Do you want the most nonsensy of nonsense? And quickly on that, a Tifa clone. All I'm going to say is the whole idea of what Sephiroth is saying is I killed her, so who is she? This is a mind game that Sephiroth plays anyway. But also legitimately, what if Tifa isn't real? Because this theme of like fake actors or fake people or even Cloud questioning, is he real? Is he a puppet? Is he a person? What if they're blowing that theme up to an insane level in the remake to where anyone could be fakes? Anyone could be frauds. They could be hollowed out individuals. They could just be soul red people. I'm talking Riku clone level shit. Think about Kingdom Hearts Riku clone Riku. That motherfucker was convinced he was the real one. Convinced. But he wasn't. And I could see Nomura and Najima doing this stuff, and I say they've even suggested it. Because, guys, what happens when the whispers, which are just souls, get absorbed by a being that can read and mimic souls? The moment that clocked in my head, Sephiroth has absorbed all these whispers, and that's what Jenova's power is, suddenly my brain melted. Because any soul that he has just absorbed, Jenova could just create a manifestation of it that walks and acts and looks indistinguishable from the real person. And of course, Tifa, when it was fake Tifa in OG, was indistinguishable enough that Red fell for it, Cloud fell for it, but what I'm thinking, that was even in OG, guys. Now let's extrapolate that concept onto what's happening in Rebirth. A world of Meteor. A whole world has been created by Sephiroth. He has gained like planet levels of power above and beyond OG FF7 Sephiroth. One that can literally not just open a world, but even create a new world. Think about Jenova Dreamweaver. Think about even Cloud. You know, when he said, I'm Cloud, sort of master of illusions, or he creates his own illusory worlds. Think about that actually extrapolated onto a world level. What is to say Sephiroth and Jenova can't just make artificial, like mimicked versions of souls, but at such a level that they themselves don't even know they're fake. This would be crazy, but also crazy good. Because this is where my brain started then going like from one headcanon onto the other. So I'm like, so who's real? Who's real in this game? Is it possible that we'll just get small things like in Rebirth, we go to the Golden Saucer and suddenly we see Jessie there as the princess? Because what we know, even from OG, is Jessie does not pass on. She stays a tormented soul in the life stream. Because she regrets all the people she killed. Well, let's just take the Jessie that's just died in Remake. She's still dying, believing it's her fault. So when she goes in the live stream, she ain't diffusing into the live stream. She's staying in whisper form, right? A tormented soul, whisper. So you could say that, on the highway where Sephiroth says destiny comes and the building explodes and all the tormented souls come, screaming and wailing. One of those ghosts is Jessie. That's just a goddamn fact. Which then means that Sephiroth has, when he slurped in all of the whispers, he slurped up Jessie. He has slurped up Jessie. Now put that in your mind for a second. Sephiroth will use anyone and anything as a weapon to get his way, and like it says in the synopsis, to entwine new fates. What is to say that with the power of Jenova, he can't just mimic a Jessie into the world? What if she is there at the play? What if she doesn't remember the crew? What if she's on Zack's line? He could do anything. Which then makes me wonder, what power did he have to do that before the start of the remake? Because you know what's really weird? Not only did we have Roche, who was going to lead the crew towards the edge of Sector 5, Destiny Highway portal, the big showdown. Sephiroth is creating agents to guide these things and entwine fates. Well, I ask you this, guys. How did he ensure Marco got into Tifa's care? Because obviously we can all agree that's planned, right? Marco here is planned. He's a planned trump card. But what we know from the story is that Marco got into Tifa's care through Marl. Marl asked Tifa to take care of Marco. Well, who the fuck is Marl? Marl. Who the fuck is Marl? Marl, short for Marlene. I honestly did, guys. I went down the Marlene route. As in, if Sephiroth really does have control over the souls, would he actually create a little Marlene in Denzel? Old. Would the base for Marco be Denzel? I actually went there, guys. This is fucking craziness. And after reading 2 pasts, I don't think it's the case. But just imagine if Marco is a real person, and that when he Marco Polos the teammates, Marco starts becoming more of a person. He's not as degenerated. He's a clone that starts going the way of Cloud, a successful clone. Now, where have we seen a clone that doesn't look so degenerated? Where have we seen that? We just saw it in the Rebirth trailer. I'm like, well, what if there was a base? What would they use someone that would really fuck the crew up? Would they use Denzel? The only reason I thought that, guys, is because, of course, Tifa nurtures and looks after Marco, and says he's a good person and stuff. And I'm like, oh shit, imagine if he fucking put Denzel back in. Denzel's soul was the base for Marco, and that's why Tifa feels a natural affinity and affection for it. Which that means must be Marlene, because I couldn't understand why Marlene. Why Marl? Why is it that she shipped Cloud and Tifa? Why did that happen? Cloud just shows up and has barely spent half a day around Tifa, and Marl pulls him and says, "Oh, don't you break her heart to respond to her affection?" I think Marlene would do. I was like, fucking hell, he's brought back Granny Marlene's soul. But I don't think that's the case, because when you read 2 past Marlene, she used to have a glamour days. That's all it says. What does that mean, guys? Back in Marl's glamour days, I take that she was a hooker or stripper. But because I also couldn't understand why Marl was able to warn the crew that they should watch their step, because they could fall underground. They fall into deep ground. I was like, fucking Marl, no shit. It actually turns out she is just a massive estate purchaser, real estate guru, constantly looking for new apartment complexes and whatnot to buy, and that she was aware that Shinra were looking to build stuff under Sector 7, and so she wanted to find new property because it was messing it up. So she actually went to the edge of the border to go find more property to buy, and she gets attacked by monsters. She gets seriously injured. She needs a skin graft. That's how she meets Tifa, when Tifa's in hospital, also undergoing surgery. That's how Marl and Tifa became that close. So I was like, okay, I might be a bit too deep in the rabbit hole here. Marl is old soul Marlene and fucking Denzel. That's why Marl told Tifa to look after Marco. But regardless of that, what's the real theory then? What is it, guys? Who is Marl? How did Sephiroth know Marl would ask Tifa to look after Clone 49? What's going on there? But basically, I love the idea that we could have fakes in the story, not real people. Again, I've said I think that fits with the theme of Loveless, Act 5, Wedge saying, love's the stage and life's the play, or life's the stage and love's the play, whatever the fuck he said. Weiss's last words, or Genesis's, in the Dirge of Cerberus secret ending, said, let's raise the curtain on this final act. All this allusion to play and performance and fake illusion. I think it's very cool, succulent theme. And basically, the reason that ties up is, are we going to see one character on Zack's line in the world of Livestream and the same character in the world of Meteor? Is that possible, guys? Who would be faking the current party? Well, that's the thing. Who's on Zack's line? Because how can there be two Kyries? How could there? Because I've seen people doing the theory. There's two clouds. There's two clouds. There's the cloud that's with Zack, and there's the cloud here. But to me, I'm like, no, you can't have a soul in two places. You just can't. The souls don't work that way. That's why Cloud isn't waking up on this end. It's why the crew are dead. They're not. They're in a coma. Their souls aren't there. I feel like the Rebirth has shown us that there is a rule in this universe that there are two distinct worlds, but you cannot have a soul in more than one place. So what does that mean? We're never going to have, because we've just seen Andrea on Cloud's line. So what's happened to Andrea back in the other world we've just left? Is there an Andrea there? Or is one of the Andreas fake? Because again, Sephiroth has read the souls. The concept is really not foreign at all to FF7. I agree, Tyler. That's what makes it really cool. Some actual fake people other than Nibelheim would be super interesting. That's what I'm saying. When I started thinking about this, the nightmare returns, the mind games, the psychological twist, the questioning of Cloud, am I a puppet? Sephiroth in the trailer saying, I killed her, so who is she? I know that was a kind of a concept in OG, but if they're taking it to the next level, like Sephiroth could literally be calling out. He actually might have killed Tifa. Like for real. So who is she? Getting us, the player, to question the fake actors in Nibelheim and shit. I think it's highly possible that in this entwining of new fates, Sephiroth has the capacity, in fact, I'd say it's almost proven, that he could soul read any whisper and create a manifestation of them and play them into the game and play them into the story to bring about events. My tongue's all brown from this coffee. This is such strong coffee. It's rancid. Anyway, enough of that. I'm going to watch some Max. Specifically, does anyone know what Max video is, the juicer? Because a lot of people have been telling me about this Max. There's Maximilian Dude video where he does a really good breakdown on the story and where it's going and what's happening. I want to see if I share some of his ideas. What's the one I should watch? A Love Letter to Final Fantasy VII. I love how passionate Max gets about this shit. This game sounds so insane. Is it this or... I don't know, have any of you guys seen or know the video that people are hyping up? Hey Pez, don't you think Elmira would be absolutely pissed at Zack? I mean, she hates Cloud already simply because she thinks Zack abandoned Aerith. You got to question it, right? Because Elmira is aware of Zack. Where the fuck you been? Maybe Zack would just explain himself. She'll be like, alright then. Or maybe she'll give him a scolding. Who knows? But is it even real Elmira? Is it a fake Myra? His get ready video. Yeah, let's get ready. Yeah, this one. Okay. Sweet, sweet, sweet.
One of the great challenges in this world. But
Alright, let's go.
Final Fantasy VII Remake was a game that was given an impossible task to recreate a game and all the memories that people have and make it feel like it's something substantial while also new at the same time. It's the game that we were all looking for.
True that.
But the one we were really looking forward to was the sequel. So here we are, some 3.5 years later, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Is that how long it's been? 3.5 goddamn years. Woo! Okay.
Is on the horizon, and we got to play it. And now, after spending a bit of time with the game, I ultimately understand that Final Fantasy VII Remake was the game to step up to the plate. But it might be Rebirth that hits the home run.
Hell yes. Absolutely. I said this from day one. A lot of people thought the remake, just being in Midgar, that was setting sort of the pace and the story standard for the rest of it going forward. And from day one, I was saying no. At the point of any game development, creating the assets, creating the character models, creating the base foundation is always going to be the most strenuous of work. And then everything from that is just a jumping point. And what we're seeing with Rebirth is that jump. Like, it's just been a platform that's leapfrogging off of that. Very minimalist, because let's be real, remake just being a Midgar, very minimalistic. Like, but it added.
Again, before we jump into this, a big shout
all
out
of the
to
groundwork.
Square Enix. They gave us the opportunity to check out the Tokyo Game Show build.
Is that loud
of
enough,
Final
guys?
Fantasy VII Rebirth a little while ago, and I couldn't be happier to be considered among this and amongst all the other journalism and gaming peers. This is easily one of my favorite franchises. Final Fantasy VII Original is one of my favorite games ever, and I was thoroughly impressed with the majority of Final Fantasy VII Remake. So
Me
let's
too.
talk
Me
about
too, Max.
it piece by piece. I'm going to make this a general impressions video and then make a couple others that go over some of the more intricate details of what you can expect, because there is an absolute metric ton to talk about from the 2 demos that were available. So let's talk about that, the 2 demos. The first one is a portion of the flashback sequence, the story that we hear of Cloud talking to the rest of the party in Comp. And this is a recollection of events that happen in Nibelheim, which is the biggest core contributor of the plot of Final Fantasy VII, the events of Nibelheim. Yeah, it is essentially you and Cloud and younger Tifa all going up to the reactor, and purposely serves as the tutorial, at least the part that we were playing, for the beginning of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So, how could we expect this sequence to play out? Well, funny enough, this portion of the demo plays out fairly similar to Final Fantasy VII Remake. It's pretty linear, it's dungeon-like, and it is getting you acclimated to the controls of the characters. The fun part about it is that, you get to control as Sephiroth. He has his own move list, he has his own unique abilities that I don't think are present on any of the other characters.
Damn,
and you also
Sephiroth's
get to play as
combat looks
Cloud, who has a
dope.
revamped move list from the original Final Fantasy VII Remake, and it starts to introduce some new mechanics. You get to see synergy stuff. Going over some of the little things, though, I did kind of enjoy this as an introductory piece. There are some moments where there are puzzles. There are a lot of like exploration moments where you're exposed to how the game functions, which is verticality. And yeah, there's a new scaling button that characters have. I think it's circle, where you can climb up walls. Anything that is approximately like chest high to like head high, you can scale up it. And this leads to some pretty fascinating moments where you're like, oh, I usually would not be able to get to this thing even though my face is looking directly at it. Luckily in this game, yeah, you can actually climb walls, which is fun. This is just the beginning of what is technically possible in the game later on. Ultimately is serving as an introduction to, you know, this Nibelheim sequence and how the game works. There's portions of walls that are painted like yellow, very Horizon-like, that let you know that, oh, that's scalable, you can go up and down that. And then some kind of enjoyable puzzle sections.
I personally don't want that little bit of yellow graffiti to tell you that's climbable. I personally want to go up to every piece of fucking grey wall and just like push my character's limp dick against it, just like infuriatingly questioning whether this is climbable or not.
Where you gotta look at the environment, figure out what to do, and then vacuum up some loose Mako funk that is preventing you from moving further. Things that weren't present in the original, mind you, but just getting you used to the fact that, yeah, dungeons are gonna provide some of these sort of engagements as you go through. The fun part is that, yeah, a lot of this plays out very similar. The dialogue of characters is extremely similar to the memories that Cloud has in the original Final Fantasy VII, and there is just a little bit more, you know, camaraderie before these characters.
It's exactly the 2 things I picked out. The camaraderie aspect between Zack and Sephiroth, I mean, that's what you got to overlay it as. Being this much significantly more, seeing Sephiroth like guarding and protecting and helping the crew and really setting that Sephiroth that in OG, I feel like most people like really didn't see that side of him. Like, because to me, people are like, oh, Crisis Core Sephiroth was decent. But the one going into Nibelheim was like, no, he was a maniac. It's like, no, even in OG, he like spoke about people going and seeing their families, and that must be nice. Like, this is an all-round, like, not the best guy, but Sephiroth's a pretty decent dude. I have got to say though, watching this Nibelheim section, it does look like they're going beat for beat to what the flashback is. I was hoping that there'd be some like twist in the memory, where Sephiroth was like twisting this version in Cloud's mind. Because again, Sephiroth has a lot of control over Cloud's mind and his memories and the order in which he remembers stuff. And I did want this scenario to be a bit more psychologically twisting, but it seems as we're just opening here, they're going to keep the story pretty beat for beat.
To see Cloud and Sephiroth have a little bit more moments, as Cloud is obviously new to all this stuff in this sequence. It's his first big soldier mission, and Sephiroth is the, you know, war-hardened veteran that is sort of assisting him and sees like the fact that he's very aspirational and wants to help Cloud out in a variety of ways.
Magic sure is weird.
So this is echoed very much throughout combat, and you hear about this in their gameplay. When you're actually utilizing these characters together, they tell each other that they're going to team up. That,
we
like,
fight,
you know, follow
as
up
a
with attacks
team.
here. It's very cool, and it's just setting up the fact that, yeah, these guys were friends before. So
how they were friends before, but also where it really sets up, for me, is a massive respect, at least on Sephiroth's behalf, of Zack and his power. That's a really cool thing as to why I've been questioning and going back and wondering, did the planet insert Zack back? How did you guys interpret the scene? Obviously, where we see the infantrymen and you see the whispers flying around, you know, in Zack's final fight. I kind of interpreted as originally that Destiny and the planet knew that it was about to lose its control over Destiny. And in those last moments, it was sending whispers to pull clips out of the infantrymen's guns or, you know, disable some of their grenades or whatnot to give Zack the step up in the fight so that Zack would survive. This was the planet bringing Zack back. So that a guardian, a weapon, because Zack is synonymous with a weapon, a planetary weapon, that he was back in the story. That's what I thought. But the more I've looked at it, I'm also wondering, no, the Whispers only ever kept things on track. And that you could equally argue that the Whispers floating around those infantrymen was to ensure Zack died. They were there to make sure Zack died. But between Zack charging in on that fight and then finally standing up and saying, is that all of them? What happened between those two scenes? Sephiroth ripping Destiny's arsehole a new one. And you could argue that Sephiroth was the one who brought Zack back. Because Sephiroth had control of the Whispers at that point. And I would even argue, would it be crazy to say that Sephiroth even set this up entirely to keep Zack alive? And play him into the world of Meteor? Again, this is described as the world of Meteor. This is Sephiroth's world. This is his fucking stage that he has set. And it just really makes me think that, especially with this scene, like, Sephiroth is aware of Zack's strength, of how strong he is. If he hasn't got like actual care and affection for Zack, he at least respects Zack. And them going like, we work as a team, teaming up, team battling here. Even just the fact that, you know, Cloud's strength, lend me your strength. Sephiroth knows that Cloud derives his strength from Zack. You don't think that Sephiroth fucking knows where the Buster Sword's from? Doesn't know that Zack passed his legacy onto Cloud? He knows. And I cannot help but think Sephiroth must, if he wants to get Cloud's strength, utilize Zack and work through Zack. Oh, Pez, Ray Kaufman and Max are my favorite. And Baby Seal! Yes, Lee Pete. And we all have so many different POVs. Ray's really cool. Ray Kaufman, he's a dude. I interpret it as the Whispers trying to make sure he died. Exactly. And I never looked at it that way. I always looked at it as Zack was brought back by the planet. But the more I look at it, I'm like, fuck, man, no. This really tees up that this is Sephiroth's doing. And again, I do think that the Bushido Code is a really important theme in Final Fantasy VII. Because the Memetic Legacy, I did a video on it. A Memetic Legacy, I don't know if you know what Memetics are, guys. But Genova is often associated with it. But it's kind of that thing that is passed down cognitively through the sort of the collective unconscious, even just genetically passed down. The idea of genetics and memory, that's something that can be like passed down and carried on, an ideology, if you will. And that Sephiroth works on this level, not only changing the ideology of the planet and the collective, but even something as significant as the passing of the Buster Sword from Anju to Zack to Cloud. This is something that Sephiroth, I absolutely think, is like a cool mental aspect. 7.
The funny part about it, what's different is that, yeah, they moved the Materia Keeper boss, and I think it's called something different. It's called like the Materia Guardian. Normally this boss fight was not present.
And that's it. Mr. Dolphin is Xehanort. Exactly. That's what, Jesus, man, that's what everything I was saying just led back to. That is ultimately the crux of it all, and I just can't believe no one fucking gets that.
In the original game, but now is kind of setting up as the tutorial guard scorpion of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So it's getting you used to the fact that, hey, if you want to approach characters, you have to use like Sephiroth's warp ability. He gets to warp around, and you also learn some pretty fascinating things about combat.
Sephiroth gets to warp around?
You don't need dodge anymore.
Oh,
There's
he does
no more
warp.
dodge materia. Characters can freely dodge with the circle button in combat now, which is quite nice. So it's great, man. It's a great introductory sequence. I'm just looking forward to getting the entirety of it, because this is just one small piece of the calm flashback.
It is a very
and
small piece.
It's genuinely
Very,
good.
very small
It fixes
piece.
a lot of the issues that some dungeony parts of Final Fantasy VII Remake already have, where they meander a bit too long and don't really introduce new things to you. And even in this small portion, which is acting as tutorial, it reminds me a lot of the original Final Fantasy VII Remake and that first mission, and how wonderfully polished that is.
Octo Slash! Let's go! Wait. Wait. Sephiroth doing Octo Slash. Hold up. What's going on there? Sephiroth was never the one to bust out Octo Slash. That was us, right? That's obviously the move that Cloud brought Sephiroth down with in OG, Octo Slash. And does Zack not have an Octo Slash as well? I thought the lineage of Octo Slash was, again, a mimetic thing. The idea of mimetics passing. It also goes to skills. That's how Cloud adopts Zack's moves. And also Zack in the DMW acquires like Genesis's and other people's moves. What the fuck is Sephiroth doing? Busting out an Octo Slash? Am I tripping mad balls? Has he ever done that before? What was the Octo? Omni. That was his limit. Did he do that in... I don't know if I'm making a bigger deal in this in my mind. Sleep Easy mentions 2 legacies. Cloud will inherit Sephiroth and Genova's legacy. Zack being alive is proof that his legacy is detached from Cloud, and Zack will have to keep the legacy going. I haven't seen Sleep Easy's. Was that the 5-hour stint? I'm not in this moment going to try to understand Sleep Easy, because there's a lot. Sleep Easy is a wizard. He's a 5-hour theory crafting wizard. I need to see the steps of that logic. Octo Slash was a limit break for Zack in CC. Yeah. And then Cloud's Omni Slash was kind of a derivative of that, right? Octo is 8 and Omni is 10. I know, it's just curious, Sephiroth
And that first
doing an
mission, and
Octo
how
Slash here.
wonderfully polished that is.
Oh my god. Woo! Octo Slash was Zack's roulette skill if you got Sephiroth. Oh, okay, very cool. Because what is why is Cloud's face reacting like that? Is that just because he stepped in and helped him? I guess. Yeah. Got ya. He goes for the swipe. He's going to be wrecked. Sephi comes in and saves. Or is he just like amazed at Sephiroth's speed? Yeah.
Nice work.
Come on, Max, I want to hear some of your thoughts. Where's this all going?
Hey, Dr. Drew and my wife Susan here. We want to show you.
All right, Dr. Drew, calm down.
I know you guys, and I know that everybody that's watching.
This is going to be very painful to suddenly see Sephiroth like go downhill from here. And I do wonder how they're going to play the correct version of Nibelheim, because obviously we go back and we re-see the scene later. That's actually Zack. Like, are we going to then actually replay the Nibelheim section as Zack? Will they just show that as cutscene? Because obviously the mystery of this actually.
This video is excited to hear about the flashback and story stuff, which there isn't a ton that's in here that really can be deciphered from the demo, but the really important one is demo 2.
Am I a chipmunk? Do I sound normal? I'm really juggling. I thought I had these mics charged. I don't think the wall was socket was actually plugged in, so I'm running on fumes. Sorry, guys. So yeah, I guess that's the Fort Condor Condor. I mean, it does kind of look like that. It also looks very similar to the bird that you kind of see flapping around in the calm walkover section. But obviously massive.
Essentially puts us right in front of Junon Harbor and a little bit of an explorative area. And I say a little bit because comparatively, it's actually pretty small. But weirdly enough, for what they set up and what they give you in this zone, it is very mitigated. Like, it is small, there's borders, there's demo borders all over the place that say you can't go here. But even with that, you could spend 40 to 45 minutes in this area kind of doing everything.
Really?
And the funny part about it is that I got an opportunity to go through this demo several times. And every single time I found something new, I discovered something different I could do. And I was sort of surprised that this was possible. I can't tell you how excited that makes me.
Yeah,
so let's
me
talk about
too,
it
man.
just a little bit. It's an area right outside of Junon and going to the town that is under Junon Harbor, where you eventually are going to fight the boss fight, you know, save Priscilla. All that stuff is still there, which is great. But what's more important was what happens outside of that zone. And yes, you have access to all your characters. You immediately get.
What are these? Oh, Thunder Claws. I love this. Pressure enemy, stagger, defeat all within time limit. Love this. I constantly used to wail on about the exploration element of 7 and the feeling when you left Midgar and just the expansion of everything and going and getting lost in stuff and finding things one moment that you didn't find on another playthrough. I really doubted that Square Enix would deliver this. There's a lot to say, especially in their latest titles and whatnot, that this was an area they would fully be able to like get a W on. I'm feeling the sniff of a W, man. I don't know what your play style is like these days. Like for me, I found my attention span just really dropping. Compared to back in the old days, you could stick some bullshit side quests in there. And little kid, little wee peasant with his fucking head twice the size of his body. I was really disproportionate back then. I was like a fucking weeble wobble. I could get lost in games forever. And even the smallest of sidey stuff, I would lose my mind over. Nowadays, it's like, if you want me to do side quests, make it worth my time, bitch. And I find myself getting really impatient and like snotty and a bit bratty about it. So I really, like, for my own journey with side questing, wondered how it was going to, like, and just anticipating it would conflict with this aspect of 7. I don't know how you guys are. Are you like completionists? Do you love getting lost in the sidey stuff? Or you just like, give me that main line, adrenaline? But this feels like something you can get lost for innumerable hours. And it's just going to be so fun. It's just going to be so fun to live stream this. And
access to a Chocobo, you immediately
get lost as fuck.
That from characters right off the bat, that things like Fort Condor exist and they are out there.
There's a story about a great condor.
Oh!
On an island's abandoned reactor.
Whoa! Oh god, did I miss that line before? Wow, Red's just straight up saying it.
Story about a great condor said to roost on an island's abandoned.
And islands. Oh, why'd they say island? Obviously, Fort Condor was right outside Mithril Mine, situated slap bang in the middle of the landmass. They making Great Condor like just this instanced island. I mean, that would be really cool and a very streamlined way to do Fort Condor. Stick the mini game in there. Gosh, I like that.
Though there's no longer any way to reach the isle.
Oh, reach the isle. Okay, cool.
But they are inaccessible,
What a
and
tee
they're
up.
different, and they've been moved from what was the game before, because you go to Fort Condor in the original Final Fantasy VII before Junon Harbor, or you could. So already there's some pretty fascinating things, and yeah, as you get down, you're immediately distracted by things in the environment. Like you immediately see, oh, I can pick stuff up. Wait a minute, there's these little miniature chocobos that are all over the place. Like, wait a minute, they're leading me to checkpoints.
I love those little bastards.
There's another Chocobo farm. My God, like, and then you get to synergy abilities and your characters, and then you start looking at the menus, and it becomes daunting. There is so much stuff that is a completely different game that was Final Fantasy VII.
Here we go.
Remake.
Oh my God, you can change the colors and everything.
Taste of what Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is, and even this small truncated zone of what the game is even going to offer gives me enough that I was still exploring things and, you know, digging stuff up with chocobos and doing all of this wild stuff that I was genuinely surprised by.
Epic. Even that, man, even that. There's the small things. Like me getting on Ambrosia in 16 and not hearing a chocobo thing. Ah! 7 is fixing it. When I'm on a chocobo, I expect to hear chocobo theme. It's the small things, man.
There's a ton of ways to engage.
Oh, is there anything on this billboard here? There could be something here. What's this? Oh, we just got a Loveless poster. Oh, old save checkpoint symbol. That's cool. What is this? Air. We are magic lovers. Well, there's not much there. What's graffitied over Loveless? Bore. Bought. Abort.
There's a ton of ways to engage with this environment, and I want to go over it.
Oh, wait, what was on the back? Tell you, man.
There's a ton of ways to engage with this environment, and
what's here? Just more Loveless. Man, I want to see some Loveless Act 5!
To go over it because it deserves its own video. There are so many individual unique details that you can do in Rebirth that it's worth going over everyone and describing how it works, but just going over the mechanical stuff, it's great to have characters like fighting with each other, right? It's great to see team-up attacks of these characters working together.
I want to see some.
The way you utilize them is also super smart. You use your ATB charges and it contributes to them, building them up, where each character can now execute big team-based flashy moves. They gave you flashy moves to work with other characters that costs no ATB as well. So there's no longer moments where you're just sitting in fights waiting to block things or attack things if you can't. You actually get to...
Oh my God, look at this little combo here. Yeah, this is the one I saw on Twitter. Cloud launching Tifa, and then look at the series of attacks that she moves into.
That costs no ATB as well. So there's no longer moments where you're just sitting in fights waiting to block things or attack things if you can't. You actually get to have actions at all times that contribute to your ATB gauge. It's great, dude. And not to mention, going around the environment and discovering things is so much fun. Like, I was inherently a little worried. There was some skepticism on my part where I felt that there just might be larger zones similar to Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 1, and that we're going to get something kind of like that, where the exploration might be relegated to just finding a box here or there, and that just might be it.
What is May coming from? I'm going to need a pee because I have the bladder of an old man, but where's this May thing come from? What does MAI even stand for? What is this? May. Don't listen to me, P! Have some goddamn respect and close your ears. You didn't hear that, did you? Aerial combat needed some work from Remake. It sure did. And Yuffie was much better, kind of staying airborne and doing sort of cool juggles. Yeah, it feels like there is not just more verticality in exploration and traversal, but more verticality in the fights as well, which I like. I want to see Barrett. Let's get that big lump of a man up there and doing some crazy fucking backflips and shit.
Dude. Like there's a lot of stuff that you can do with this world and this environment, and the wonderful thing.
Oh yeah, is it true you can swim? Somebody said, Pez, you can swim.
About it is that by the time we go to the town to save Priscilla and, you know, fight the boss fight that happens there, and it plays out almost identical to the original boss. Like, there's a dolphin, it helps you out, and your team members get trapped in little water bubbles that you have to crack and break just like the original game. It's great, dude. And I don't want to go on much further because there are so many minor changes, like I said, in the combat, in the way the game functions, in materia, in all of this stuff that is wildly different from part 1, that almost does.
See, yeah, when you say May, that's what my mind was going to, Toonsy. I was thinking like Chadley, the AI, the fact that Chadley, you know, has been reading data off of our team, and is he, you know, that's how Chadley got his freedom from reading and data mining cloud. He's data mining cloud. I'm like, now there's this May, there's this tech thing. It's like, is it even more for Chadley to be fucking tracking us? Like, Chadley just got some mad cookies on our whole team. What the fuck is Chadley? What's he gonna be doing? What's he playing at? Again, he set Weiss up for some mad stuff, and Weiss said, last words, Weiss said, I'll see you in deep ground. That's what he said. I'll see you in deep ground. I don't know, man. This whole, like, advanced technology causing a threat on the world, being an additional threat inserted into 7 and playing some sort of side story or side plot, I think could be a really cool element if they play it well. You can swim. Oh, man, I want to see some of that.
There's something outside of this general impressions video. All I can say is that from a Final Fantasy VII fan, I have to go out of my way to find issues with the demo.
Damn, man. Oh, I wonder what they're going to show us tonight. Do you think they're just...
I cringe at those tricky game ads.
Yes, and I cringe at the tricky ads that tries to tell me...
It's a totally different game. Crazy, right? But today, I found something cool.
Let's
a
watch
game
this.
That's just like its ad. It's tough,
really?
But fun. Don't believe...
Look, can somebody talk to me through the logic of this ad? So it literally says, has anyone tried to install this game? We've all seen it. This thing is fucking everywhere. And they have so many fake ads. And the funny thing is they then do an ad talking about people reacting to fake ads. But this game is the fake ad. This is the game that don't play the way it looks. So they're making like it's like a fourth wall break on itself. It's so confusing. it also makes me kind of want to play it.
And I was told by the developers that this build of the game has been around for quite a long time. So even if this represents, you know, a staple, a pinnacle of their development that has been around for a long time, it's ridiculously impressive. I have to compare this to the only other big effort that Square Enix has with open world games.
Oh!
And
fucking Barrett just launching red.
To the only other big effort that Square Enix has with open world games, and that's Final Fantasy 15. And it is such a drastic difference
You can tell.
of what you could do in the world of a game like Final Fantasy 15 compared to Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. And there's a variety of reasons for that. 15 was a different game throughout many points in its development, eventually, you know, hovering around an open world game in the end. But as much as that game touted, we're the big open world Final Fantasy, this one,
oh my god, the little elephant mobs as well. Oh my god.
seems to be the one that's actually executing on all those ideas. I always say this problem that 15 has, even though I really enjoy that game, there's a couple of towns and a metric shit ton of gas stations, and that's about all you get. And even in this like little bit, this little small portion of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I already did enough exploring in this small, heavily mitigated demo zone that is comparable to the amount of like offbeat story path exploring. And that's all we're really doing. Like you could just run straight to Junon Harbor and go right into the boss fight within like a few seconds. You could take
the level of what Maximilian is articulating there cannot be understated. I mean, what he is saying is even in this small, tiny little demo area, he felt more richness and variety and alternative stuff to do, and that sense of freedom and exploration than in the entirety of 15. That's what he's saying. And I gotta say, I feel bad, man, that whenever we talk about Final Fantasies, especially like with 16, 15 just keeps getting brought in as like the fucking ugly duckling, just like, well, this is really dope what this game is doing. And just to put into extra contrast how dope this is, look how shit 15 did it. It's like, oh man, it's like, I get it, and I find myself doing the same comparisons, because how can you not? But after a while, it does begin to hurt a little bit. I feel like real bad, because there is a big portion of me that loves 15 and has fondness with it, but damn, we be tearing 15 a new arsehole a lot lately.
30 seconds to run there if you want, but if you simply just go left and start looking at all the points on the map, all the different like points of interest that the game gives you, it tells you all this stuff. Hey, there's a lot of world here. If you want to go check it out, it is completely missable. And I love that, because it was the stuff that was even, I think, more fun in some situations than just going straight through the story stuff.
Yeah.
I have to think the influence of the way some other games work, like even Breath of the Wild to Elden Ring to like the Xenoblade series, and the way other big RPGs work, has like an impact here. I don't know if the rest of the game is going to be like this, but if this little chunk of outside Junon Harbor is what we have to work on, then dude, I can't even imagine how big this game is going to be. I can't even imagine if they can replicate this across the entire world of Final Fantasy VII. And even to look at the map to see that like, oh, we're looking at just this.
It really makes you wonder. It really, really makes you wonder, you know, what you're saying there is if the rest of the story is going to keep up this pace, these other locations. I mean, we know we're going to virtually everywhere except for Wu Tai, right? They confirm we're not going to Wu Tai, but outside of that, you know, GFF7, up until Forbidden Capital, you more or less see everything, right? So Wu Tai minus, it's one of those things that's like, God, I hope this is, I don't want to say it, 16-esque, okay? Just starting really expansive and well fleshed out, and then just slowly diminishing towards the end and just sort of railing us on those last points. If it can keep up this level of expansiveness and exploration from point A to point B, ooh, we're in for a treat.
We're only on this continent in this map. Looking at just a portion of this continent on this map.
Oh, there's a map.
And the explorable part that I spent 45 minutes in each playthrough is like 1/20th of it. I can't wait, man. It's almost hard to put.
go over that again. Let's just go over that again.
And the explorable part that I spent 45 minutes in each playthrough is like 1/20th of it. I can't wait, man. It's almost hard to put into words. I really think Final Fantasy VII Remake was the game that set them up. It's the game that proved that they can do this. We have an idea, we have a vision, we're taking the story in a crazy direction potentially, but the way the game functions and works, and the way combat is, and the way dialogue is, and the way the entirety of the game theory of what a Final Fantasy VII Remake could be was executed in part 1. But it was done for a reason, so all those systems could essentially fly. They can fly in the next game, which is the one I think needs to hit the most.
Right, that's really what we're teeing up for part 3, is Wutai, keeping something in the back pocket. How would an airship mechanic work on this? Again, I really don't mind how an airship mechanic works. Do you think we're going to get Regalia-esque style flying, aka just full high wind flying over the map? I mean, that was so crazy intensive to pull that off. I really did think at some point we would just have to do some sort of overworld, like fancy overworld with airship. Like, if we actually get real dynamic flying through this world on top of that, I mean, they've got all the way until part 3 to make that happen. This could be airship travel unlike anything we've seen.
This is going to be the game that is going to get people to really change their minds. And I feel that this demo has such a profound impact that the only other demos that have really left me with just like awe and wonder in terms of like what I can do and what we're going to be able to do with these systems probably goes back all the way to Resident Evil 4. And I have to think of the first time we played the Resident Evil 4 GameCube demo. And it was like, dude, yeah, I got that feeling. I got that feeling again that like, I just want to go through it again and see what I can do differently, and again and again and again.
Oh, God, please, damn. Please let that be my feeling. I really want that to be my feeling. That one that Max just articulated there, I haven't had that. Honestly, for me, since Type 0. I finish something and I'm like, I want to go again. I want to go again. Like, for even Remake Part 1, I did back-to-back straight into a hard mode, and I did enjoy that from a gameplay element and the extra challenge of it, because I do think, as much as I love 16's combat, it just, on the hard mode, I was done within 2 hours, man. I was like, there is nothing new here. There's nothing else going on. At least with Remake Part 1, I did my second live stream playthrough of it, and I had a jolly good time. But that's not the same as I want to go back into this to see what I missed, to experience a different playthrough. I hope I get that feeling. Come on. If anyone types ad blocker, I'm going to slap you upside the head. Right.
So, ultimately, my impressions are pretty positive. If you can't tell, I'm trying my best not to gush and freak out, and I'll be able to do so on the live stream when we eventually go over all this footage and stuff and have a chance to just freely chat about it. But I'm fairly confident in what Rebirth is going to be as a game in total. I think this game is going to be massive, and it seems that they're not afraid to talk about that. It also is something that I have to mention here. I had to go out of my way to find things I didn't like about it. And it's technically technical issues that will get fixed. The game does run in a performance mode that is 60 FPS, but was not optimized, so we could not record footage of it. It didn't look like it was running in like a super high crisp fidelity either, so it definitely still is in the works. So most of the capture we have is from the graphics mode, which is something close to 4K and 30 FPS. But I can say I did play through both modes, even though I don't have footage of both of them. The 4K 30 ran 30 almost the entire time, it felt like. The 1080 60 or whatever it ends up being in the final version did end up feeling pretty much like 60 FPS the entirety of the time. And again, they're working on that stuff. We'll probably have a better idea of how it functions because the game is still a bit away. I leave with a pretty damn amazing impression. And you
God, look at all those birdies flapping.
Really realize that this is a big deal for Square. And this is the game that possibly Final Fantasy 15 always wanted to be, and then, you know, eventually became. This is the one that probably is going to hit the home run of the entire Final Fantasy 7 Remake franchise that exists now.
God, I hope that's true. I wonder how this is going to do. So this is PS5 exclusive for 3 months, right? PS5 exclusive. So we got to bear in mind, even base remake, I mean, sold 3.5 million. I don't know what's up now. Oh no, they recently reported that between that and intermission, it's got up to 7 million, right? Which is kind of a little bit quirky. Also counting the intermission numbers. What would you say the ratio of that is? 7 million is what base remake and intermission has sold. What, 4 or 5 of that? I mean, I would say like probably 5 million would be on remake with maybe 2 million on intermission. I think that seems like a pretty reasonable ratio. Probably not going to get more than a third of people buying the DLC and have played it. So I mean, if you put like 3.5 million for first week or month sales for base remake, 5 million now, it's been up about 3.5 years? What's going on there? What is going on there? I don't understand it. Again, if that's shipped versus sold, I'm still fucking dubious that 15 sold 5 million in the first week. No, it's like, they said like the first 24 hours. It's something crazy. But I don't know. It's just, how do we balance expectations with how this is going to be the home run hit? What does it have to sell to be that? Again, 16 just did 3 million. And, you know, they're like, that's the lower end of our expectations. But, you know, so this is another PS5 exclusive. What? 3 mil, 3.5 mil? It's like, well, basically, what does it need to get to be a success? Does it need to be 5 million? Because again, 3.5 million was 7.5% of the PS5 install base. The highest percentage ratio of all of the most recent Final Fantasies. Remake, 15. Does it need to do 15% of the install base? I don't know. At this point, I have no concept of what is deemed a home run for Final Fantasy, and it's murky. It's very murky. Because I see some articles being like 16 is one of the fastest selling, or like God of War Ragnarok, the fastest selling at like similar numbers. Yeah, 7 remakes sold around 7 million apparently. Well, it's that plus the intermission. That's what you got to bear in mind. That plus the intermission. They double tap them numbers. I don't know. I know what the expectations are, but hey, shit. Well, I'll get my hands on it, and I'll have a really good time on it.
And I can't wait for you guys to play it. I can't wait for it to eventually be playable in some way, so I don't sound crazy again and just gushing about all this stuff. It does so much for me. I have something to describe in just a brief moment before I make 2 more videos talking about combat and exploration. There was this moment where I was sitting with Simmons and we were looking at like a viewpoint, and it was the ocean and there was an island out there and there was a busted ship on the island, and we're like, dude, there's like a pirate ship out there. What the heck is going on? Like, I've seen that ship that was just like discarded because Shinra made their big stuff on the mountain. We had this moment where it'd be like, dang, it'd be so great if we could just swim out there. And then we scaled the rocks. We went down to the edge of the water.
Yeah.
And then we watched every single party member jump into the water, and we started swimming to this island in the middle of nowhere. And then there were items on there.
Yeah. Aerith has got an intense swim. Look, she's fucking channel surfing. She knew the mission. She was in on it. That girl don't know how to swim. Aerith has never ever swam before. That much I can promise you.
Swimming to this island in the middle of nowhere, and then there were items on there.
I don't know why. Aerith's just dropping into a fucking overhand stroke. Just
swimming to this island in the middle of nowhere, and then there were items on there, and we were rewarded for our efforts and the idea to go out there. And I think in that moment, me and Simmons looked at each other and were like, dude, this game is going to be something special.
And on the Chocobos. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Damn. That must be a cool feeling. That is a cool feeling. To see something and just go, I wonder if I can. Oh, I can. Oh, yeah. Aerith has the only swimming pool in all of Midgar. Oh, actually, she does have the waterfall near Elmira's house. one of the nicest pieces of real estate in the whole city, basically. Which, you know, what we've always questioned that, right? How the fuck does Elmira have such a nice house? I always thought, and I liked the headcanon, that Song was funding, giving her money, the Song Aerith connection. No, it just turns out that Elmira's husband was part of a gangster family, the Gainsboroughs. Because, cool detail, guys, Aerith's real name is Aerith Faramis. Her real father's name is Garst Faramis, so she's actually Aerith Faramis. The Gainsboroughs were a gangster crew. I mean, we're talking like Don Corneo rivals. And, yeah. Her husband was supposed to take over the Gainsborough, like, gang family. But he went to war instead. And obviously he died, and that's where Aerith, as a kid, sees his spirit come back to the house. And then she tells Elmira the husband's died, and the letter arrives a few days later. And basically this then causes like a big old gang war. Like, who's going to take control of the Gainsborough family? And Elmira is still part of this like influential family. And she goes up to who had been second in command. I think his name was... I can't remember what the fucking this guy's name was. But anyway, this guy who's going to be taking over the Gainsborough family comes with his two kids, his daughter and his son. And his daughter's name is Rona. And for some reason, Aerith introduces herself as Rona. She does that little like slip up where she's being like psychically connected to things. And she introduces herself as Rona, this other girl's name. Anyway, it then spreads through the Gainsborough family that Elmira's adopted daughter is called Rona, and Aerith spends most of her childhood life being called Rona. This causes resentment in the boy, who was the actual brother of Rona, and said, "You stole my sister's name," and basically starts like bullying her and shit. And it's just like a whole weird side story that explain Elmira's big fancy house. All too past stuff. Why do ancients live in shells? Well, yeah, they kind of had like an aquatic theme with it. You know, they also had the sort of like temple structure with things. I've always thought the imagery was because of this. You see, this kind of looks like the Temple of the Ancients. Like very similar design. Also kind of with the layout, with the icicles. This is Hyperborea. This is what the Cetrus were based on, I believe. Like, that's my theory of it. But yeah, why they then have those like weird shell buildings, sort of Atlantis vibe. I don't know. I think because the Nazis were always kind of the esoteric Nazis were curious in myths of Hyperborea. They were also curious about myths of Atlantis as well. I actually think that's largely the vein. It's Nazis. It's Nazi shit. But that was cool. That was cool. That was a nice little breakdown by Max. You can really feel the passion in that. I was kind of hoping to get into like a meaty what he thinks is happening with the story or someone else's theory. Is there a video, guys, you want me to check out and watch? Because I kind of want an excuse to be able to dive deep. I mean, while you guys, someone find a video for me, basically. Or if you know a really good theory someone's done. But I wanted to quickly go over the ones I've done over the years. And this goes back 4 years, my friends. So before even base remake came out up until now, the everyone dies theory. I mean, I really do think that this is a valid way to look at even the remake compilation, that everyone was exterminated. Changing an iconic fate, questioning whether or not they would change Aerith's death in any way. FF7, will it be a 5-parter we complete in the 22nd century? This is before we even really knew how big this was going to be. I was being a bit exaggerative here. But the size of it is like not that far off what I was exaggerating on. He has a combat video, Pez. Woo! Pez, you need to drink the Kool-Aid. That's what I want. I want some Kool-Aid. Pez, any thoughts on Vincent and Sid most likely not being playable? So I actually did a video on that all the way back. Where was it? I did a video on this mofo. Here. Vincent will end Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2. And in this I kind of talk about how I don't think he'll be playable. That Vincent will be like the Nanaki of this. I do think we're going to be getting Vincent much earlier than like how late Nanaki came. But yeah, Vincent's going to be AI for seemingly quite a while. I'm going to be playing with AI Vincent basically, I think, longer than we did with AI Red, which is okay. It's cool. I don't mind it, you know, them leaving some characters. We don't know what they're going to be doing with Sid Highwind, though. Are they also going to offload him to another part? And then the question becomes, what would you guys rather? If you had to pick one, I think it's all possible Square Enix could do two, yeah. But would you rather play a Vincent DLC or a Zack Fair DLC? They're going to drop one. I am confident one of those is going to be getting an episode. We'll see significant story in. What would you rather? I'm not going to lie, I would actually like to see Square Enix try to do a Vincent Shooter DLC. Like gameplay-wise, I would pick Vincent. But story-wise, I'm absolutely going to pick Zack. I would love them to carve out a DLC chapter purely on his story in his World of Meteor line. Oosh, 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 oosh. But then it also makes me think, well, I wouldn't also mind Vincent's story, especially if they offload the Lucrezia stuff onto the DLC, because that Lucrezia stuff, you know, it is a bulk of story. And I think that could be one of these massive side stories, you know, that they've been describing here. That's what is blowing my mind about this Rebirth, and looking at these interviews and just getting the rough idea of what this game is doing. And it's insanity. It's madness. Something like Lucrezia's story, to me, was like, well, there's just no way we're going to get this in a AAA, beautiful, like, huge, upscaled second remake part, because it's too much. It's too much for Square Enix to relegate, like, cutscenes and, like, fully animated and dialogued and emoted like, scenes purely to side story. They wouldn't do that. But looking at this, it seems highly possible that they still would leave that as an entire, like going to Lucrezia's cave and seeing that story. Maybe what I thought they would have to do as a DLC, they actually don't have to. Katase literally said there is something called Episode Zack in the game. Wait. See, so, wait. I saw something similar to that. For some reason, my brain is tickling that I also heard that, but I didn't hear it as distinctly as it's called Episode Zack. Yeah! I really do think that, you know, if they have done 100 gigs on one side and 50 gigs, I want an Episode Zack in here, and I'm getting really suspicious that we're going to be shocked with some Zack stuff. Final Fantasy VII Requiem, a feature-length film in the same fashion as Advent Children, set between Rebirth and Part 3 with some heavy flashback to his Turk days. Damn, you daydreaming hard over here. I like it. An interview today confirmed no DLC. Wait, what? Really? They've confirmed there's going to be no DLC between this and Part 3. Why do I actually feel disappointed by that? But also, what? Interview confirmed a Zack episode and no DLC going straight to Part 3. Holy shit. That's interesting. That kind of rips a hole through my brain. I mean, do you think that they're going to leave us again for another 3.5 years to get Part 3, or do you think they just have a plan to kind of go for it? I don't know. They've got an Episode Zack in there instead. Wow. That's madness. Yeah, some of these other theories I covered before I tried to find someone else's. Watchmen of Fate instead of boobs. What is this? What was this video? What have I got? Cloud with mucky. Getting mucky with the boys. Confirms countless number of new events. What was this? Hybrid combat. I really love this. 2-part episodic. I was questioning it. Where are we? Cloud's Awakening, Air of Secret, The Illusion of Final Fantasy 7. Oh my god, this is so nostalgic going back to all of these. What was this? The Final Fantasy 7 Remake update so juicy you'll quit no nut. Yeah. What was I thinking that day? Clearly I had no nut break. And why have I got this Moogle staring, like trying to upskirt Aerith? What am I going on about? I don't know, I was weird back in the day. I'm still weird now. Let me go to my... Oh, this level 10 God Cloud theory. I like this theory. I think that this one is still in the running as a potential. If that Meteor does hit, if the world of Meteor comes into fruition in Cloud, it has to make a Evangelion level world decision. I love that idea. The old Sephiroth's end motive, not evil, did this 3 years ago. This was even before I'd even fully got a scope of what I'm seeing now as like Sephiroth's end motive. His end motive is he just simply wants to create a system where you don't dissolve in the live stream. Goddess Aerith. This is a cool theory. This is the idea that Aerith is taking over Minerva as kind of the predominant ideology of the planet. I don't know if you guys also view it that way. But yeah, I feel like up until this point, Sephiroth has been pointing out the hypocrisy and the flaws of the planet and also Minerva, in the sense that the planet doesn't give you free will. It doesn't give you choice. How many of you have seen the After Years? The best way I can describe this is the After Years. This is a perfect example of it. The After Years, not the After Years, was it? Wait. Now, what was that TV show? No. Was the Afterlife show? Afterlife show Netflix. No, The Good Place. The Good Place. Has anyone seen this? How many of you? I need to know. Because if you've seen this show, you can understand everything about 7 Remake. If you haven't, go and watch it, because it's actually it's a damn good show. Alright, young Chimkin has seen it. It's pretty good. Alright, how many of you seen it? Crowlocks, you haven't seen it. Okay. The reason The Good Place gives you all the keys you need to know to understand 7 Remake is in this, basically, there's heaven and hell, right? And we go to hell, and it's basically playing games. The devil in this guy sitting on this sofa, he's actually a demon, but he presents himself as an angel, like Sephiroth. Think of it this way, and he's basically mind fucking with them, setting up an elaborate fake scenario. Everything is a stage, and they think that they're just in the afterlife, living the afterlife as what it's supposed to be, and getting to do things that they want to do, but they're actually being tormented. They're being twisted into making mistakes and errors that they are internalizing themselves and thinking that they're doing. This is exactly what I believe Sephiroth has been doing and will be doing. He's setting up a fake stage and to sow more suffering and torment. It's like a purgatory. But anyway, it comes out that this guy is the demon. She figures it out that they're actually in hell and not in heaven. And then they sort of become pals. Then they eventually they escape hell and they go to heaven. And what they see up in heaven is everybody has everything they want all the time. If you want to fucking ride a unicorn through the cosmos with like fucking milkshakes and pogo sticks, like anything you want, you can just have. Just endless, infinite joy. But when they go to heaven, the angels who are running heaven instantly give up. they sign over the rules to heaven, to the devil, because they are sick and tired of running heaven. Because when you live with nothing but pleasure, nothing pleasurizes you anymore. Without the backdrop and the polarity and the contrast of like suffering and pain and struggle, joy means nothing. Absolutely nothing. So heaven is also fucked. But what they suddenly have to do, now being in control of heaven and hell, is they have to decide, how do we set up the afterlife? What do we do? What's the best system that can run? Because they also find out that nobody's been going to heaven as well, because it's impossible to basically engage in the modern world today without doing evil shit. If you could just pop down to the store and you buy a sweater or you buy an iPhone, there's probably some kid in some other country that has been worked to the bone for that product. Or some village has been decimated. Some natural resource like stolen. And that basically like the karma is on you, so you never go to heaven. Anyway, the reason why this show explains everything is what they decide to do with the afterlife is to create a choice. And the choice is, once you're done with your life, if you still have lingering things that you've not done, if you still have regrets, if you still have more learning to do, more growing to do, then you can continue. You can continue incarnating. You can continue in this afterlifey space, living and being with the people you care about. But within this system, they've put a door. And the door is there for whenever you're done. And if you walk through the door, you'll disappear. The essence of you, your identity will dissolve, and you will go on to nurture the world, which is currently what the live stream is. And anyway, and I think this is what Sephiroth wants. He wants to create that doorway. Because basically what you then see with these characters is they live for hundreds of years. Hundreds. These two eventually do the things that they wanted, the two on the right. They do the things they wanted to in life. And then they just naturally decide, I'm ready to go through the doorway. I don't need to keep living. I don't need to keep being individual me. I'm happy for my life to go on and nurture someone else's. But what you see between Chidi, the dude behind the blonde-haired chick, is they come into a bit of contention. Because he's done. He's done with life. He's ready to move on. He's learned and seen and experienced everything he needs, and he's tired. But he stays around for her. Because she doesn't want to move on. And she gets really, really upset about it, and it's basically like this kind of really authentic way to look at the idea of wanting to endure beyond death. You know, this is why a lot of Christians or even in Islam, why do you think there's so many religions that come up with the idea that we get to go somewhere else, we get to be ourselves, we get to reunite with people we love? It's a very human thing. You know, it's not evil to feel that way. Is it evil for fucking Zack and Aerith to reunite in the live stream? Is that shit evil? Is it evil to not want to walk through a doorway and dissolve into nothing? And she basically begs him to stay. And he does. He stays around. But eventually he can't do it anymore. And he walks through the doorway and she continues to live much, much longer by herself till eventually she comes into acceptance of moving on. That is why Sephiroth isn't inherently evil. That concept right there. Him wanting to endure and not necessarily wanting to dissolve. Because I've described that to people and they're like, yeah, that's what Sephiroth did. That was evil. It's evil to want to continue and endure beyond death. Why is it? Why is it? I'd say it's a very natural human instinct. And basically, Sephiroth, I think he's trying to set up a new system. Like the afterlife, set up a new afterlife. I think there's a lot of evidence that points towards that. I want to watch someone's theory video and I want to tear it a new one. What else did I cover? Square Enix broke Final Fantasy VII Remake. Forever changed. This is me talking about how they'd introduce plot elements. That means they couldn't go back. And I think I was pretty right on that video. There's a lot of people, you know, after the remake who are finding little things in interviews to say that the remake was going to be swimming back to the shore in terms of staying with the story beats and being more like for like. No, it was forever changed back then. They broke it the second. Oh, they literally broke Destiny. I always believe Sephiroth's not evil. He's got his own ideas and his own way of thinking. Exactly that. Exactly that. Is it inherently evil to not abide by a planet's rules that indiscriminately destroys the fabric of your being if it doesn't have a purpose for you? If it has a purpose, it might keep you around, but if not, fuck off. That's pretty messed up. To say that Sephiroth is evil for challenging the system of the planet is to say that Minerva, this old ruthless bitch, is a good a good goddess. She isn't. And what we've seen is, I believe, this was what this goddess Aerith versus Minerva theory is. We're seeing a transition in the planet from Minerva's ideology to Aerith's. And that's why obviously people are calling Aerith mother. But what is Aerith's main trait? Aerith's main core trait is free will. She actually, while she was in the live stream, she had a way to oppose Sephiroth by creating remnants of herself. She actually saw Sephiroth create Kadaj, Loz, and Yuzu and thought, oh, I wonder if I could do the same. Create Aerith remnants. But she doesn't do it for one reason, because she didn't want to do anything that would mess with Cloud, that would change the way he knew her, or that would in any way coerce him and his emotions. Aerith is exceptionally respecting of free will, and the planet in its current iteration is not. Why do you think the Whispers were stopping us doing shit? And you all hated them for it. You're like, out of the way, you fucking whispery pricks. I actually feel like that theme of frustration we had with the Whispers, not only were the Whispers a very clever play on fans who wanted a like for like and desperately wanting it to stay like for like, but I think it also given that feeling of it repressing us from doing things or stopping us dead in our tracks from continuing the story, getting that frustration with it. I think that's a feeling that we're actually supposed to feel, because the planet is using tortured souls to prevent our free will, and that is now supposed to feel significantly different to now there being no Whispers and us having mad freedom and exploration. I think it's cool. I don't know how you interpret this though, guys. Nomura, when asked about if Whispers will be in it, he gave this really weird answer. He was like, well, you have to wait and see, but they kind of are and they kind of aren't. More or less, something of them is remaining, but not the same. What do you interpret that as, guys? For me, it's clear as day. There are no more Whispers. The world of Meteor, aka the one that Zack's in, who would create the world of Meteor as Iwa describes it? Sephiroth would create the world of Meteor. So anyone in Zack's world is a Whisper. That's my take. The Whispers are now corporealized human beings. They are people. And you know what really frustrates me? That people think that's a crazy idea. Zack, where is this? Is this? You're going to tell me these ain't Whispers? You're going to tell me this scene here? I have yet to hear a single decent explanation on this, other than these are Whispers now in the world of Meteor. The white door. Let's watch this scene. Watch it closely.
Back.
Dun dun. You gonna tell me that, you know, it's not highly possible that the tortured souls that Sephiroth just absorbed, the ones that either just experienced the Sector 7 plate collapse, or the ones that just got yeeted by a fucking tornado? Shitloads of people just died in Midgar. Loads. Killed way before their time. Hence, more tortured souls going into the live stream, and Sephiroth opened this world. You don't think that these are tortured souls trapped in Purgatory? Like, the music, the people. Like, could you say these are some of the tornado victims? Because again, Zack's walking into Midgar when the tornadoes just happened. Yeah, but this is Sector 6. 0, 1, and 2 are the ones that have been tornadoed. You're telling me these are refugees that have come all the way, like halfway around Midgar, and they're doing this? All hunched, swaying, like moaning. Look at this. Look at these girls. Look at these girls by this doorway. One of them, especially the one on Zack's left shoulder, look at this chick. She's literally staring off into space. Would this not be what I was describing in the Kabbalistic worlds, is that when a spiritual world explodes, the Nitzazuts, sparks of light, fall from the sky. They enter into broken vessels. They animate life, self-aware creations, and they basically bring them into a world where self-awareness is only just beginning. It's not fully there. There's a tremendous amount of spiritual confusion and trauma because the Shevarat Hakalim, Brie takes the piss out of me for the number of times I say that word. She starts walking around rapping. Shevarat Hakalim, Shevarat Hakalim, Shevarat Hakalim, Shevarat. The Shevarat Hakalim, my friends, was a exploding of a spiritual vessel in a big cosmic explosion, and the sparks of light fall into a darker world, and it animates self-aware creations. This is what we've just seen in 7. These souls are spinning. They don't know why they're here. It also makes tremendous sense when you take into account what Aerith did in the live stream before Meteor fell. So the world of Meteor has just been made. But in Made in Traverse of the Planet, before Meteor comes, when Aerith is dead and she's in the live stream, what she does is she sees the coming threat, you know, and the terror corrupt that's being sowed, and Sephiroth, and she speaks to the souls, and she sends the souls to safe havens, pocket dimensions within the life stream. And guess what one of those pocket dimensions are? The church. It's a safe haven within the live stream, a sanctified space. This connects to Minerva's Grove, the church to Minerva's Grove, to other significant areas within the live stream. Aerith sends souls to it to keep them safe during this big war within the live stream. And now we have a bunch of people here in the church. I don't know, man. Zack is a whisper. I would say Zack is far more than that, because again, Zack isn't a tortured soul in the live stream. Quite the opposite. Zack accepted death, and that's why, you know, the sort of white feather symbology, and would you say I became a hero, and him staying individualized in the live stream. Zack is like an exception. The planet made him an exception. He is a planetary weapon. He is a planetary guardian. He has a purpose. He has a role. And also, like we've seen with Zack, he's very immune to dark emotions. Zack couldn't be a whisper by the very nature that he's too puppy-like. He can't be tortured. Like that's why Genova's cells like messed up Cloud. But for Zack, there was like, shit, it just ain't working. It ain't taking. Like, Zack has Jenova cells, but they just seem to not work on him. Now, does that mean that Zack doesn't have Jenova cells in him right now? Like, this is what I wonder. Ooh. Oh. 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 Follow me here, guys. But I've been questioning, when we go on Zack's line, is there going to be a Sephiroth over here? See, I wondered this. Is Sephiroth going to be coming over and trying to play mind games with Zack, like we're seeing on the Rebirth line? And if so, what mind games would Sephiroth play with Zack? Would he even need to play mind games? Because again, there's 4 Sephiroths. One of them's an illusion. One of them's Jenova. One of them's the Sephiroth that Cloud creates in his memories, which I'll say you can always tell when it's that Sephiroth. It is the Sephiroth in... I'll show you what I mean. In the latest Rebirth trailer, I could be wrong on this, but I've looked at the different Sephiroths and you can kind of tell by the way that Sephiroth is animated. Because if you look at this, if you see any version of Sephiroth where his mouth is like maniacally twisted up, it's the same in the remake. You know, when he like lunges on top of Cloud and his eyes all fucking crazy and shit. You know that that is most of the time the Sephiroth created from Cloud's mind, because in Cloud's memory, Sephiroth is evil, pure evil. So most of the time the Sephiroth we see is the one that Cloud creates in his head, and arguably even the one that showed up on the bridge, you know, in the Midgar building. So when Tifa touches Cloud, and then it flashes, the whole crew sees Sephiroth. That is memory Sephiroth that they're seeing. Now, my mind went to, Ori Sephiroth is not that. He is a different Sephiroth, one we've never ever seen. So what's the one that's going to be on Zack's end of things, pulling the strings? What one would Zack see? And I was like, would he have to play mind games? But then would it even be mind games? Because what if Ori Sephiroth genuinely presents Zack with the same kind of dialogue that we see Aerith counter? He say he cares about the planet. What would happen if Sephiroth went to Zack and said, the planet's dying? Look at the weapons that are coming out. Zack, we can save the world and shit. Try to present and even ask Zack for his help. What would Zack's response be? Do you think? Does Zack at this point, only see Sephiroth as the Nibelheim maniac that just burned everything down? You could say yes, because that's the version that he's just seen. But if Zack does fundamentally still have Jenova cells in him, though they're not effective, does that not mean that there is a Zakharoth? Do the rules still apply? Is there a Sephiroth that Zack would manifest that is based on Zack's memories of Sephiroth? Whoa! Oh! Because Zack's memories of Sephiroth are obviously far more extensive than Cloud's. What the hell would that Sephiroth look like? It's blowing a hole through my brain, man. What if Sephiroth is Cloud's world, and in Zack's world, Sephiroth bridges both sides? That's the other thing I question. Could Ori Sephiroth just easily hop between both worlds? Does it not mean that there's going to be different Sephiroths, and he's going to be pulling strings on both ends? And it's the complete Sephiroth? But I just wonder what dialogue Sephiroth would lead towards Zack with. Like this Sephiroth here. Which one is this? Who is this? Why can't I hear this?
Cellular degradation.
Do not be deceived. You know the truth.
You know the truth.
Trust in me.
Trust in me. Like the really clingy ex-girlfriend Sephiroth. Like, which one is this? I am your everything. I mean, is this Jenova here? Is it memory Sephiroth? Is it illusion Sephiroth? How much will Education Sephiroth be in here now?
Deceived. You know the truth.
A noble, tortured soul, Sephiroth, because Zack saw his struggle firsthand. That's what I wonder. I do wonder if Zack would have a far more nuanced view, see the tragedy of Sephiroth. I think that's a massively underrated side of Sephiroth, is that there's a big tragedy element. It's not just pure villainry manifest. And that, yeah, Zack would kind of see that more. Also the fact that Zack kind of has that nature to want to try to see the good in people is kind of one of his core strengths as well as exploitable weaknesses. If we ever did see a Zack Sephiroth, he could be a very different character. Which one is OG Sephiroth? So, I mean, that's still largely because there were multiple versions of Sephiroth, even in OG. I'd say it kind of transitioned more through the natural progression of Sephiroth's wheel overtaking Jenova. So it was purely Genovaroth at the beginning. And then it just sort of gradually twisted into Memory Sephiroth. Or Illusion Sephiroth, should I say. Hey, Stardust in Space! Been watching your pre-15. Oh, you've been watching since pre-15, or have you just been watching it? Glad to see you still passionate 8 years later. 8 years. Not once in 8 years have I wanted to get a real job. What does that say about me? It's interesting you say Sephiroth isn't evil in Remake, and Aerith is evil. No, it's not that they're evil. It's that bad people can do good deeds, and good people can do bad deeds. That sometimes your intention doesn't match what you're actually doing, and means don't always justify the end. Now, actually, between Sephiroth and Aerith, these two concepts, these two ideological battles that they are pitted headfirst against, it kind of exists outside of the realm of good and evil. Because, you know, what really is evil if you're saving someone's soul? Is murder justified if it's saving someone's soul for eternity? And that's why in the Porch cast, I'm going to bring it up again here, guys, is murder just murder? It's not always just murder. There is context to murder. If somebody is trapped in their body and they're suffering and they have a illness that can't be diagnosed, and the options are you either live, so it's assisted suicide, you either live tortured or lights out. If you do lights out, is it considered murder? No, it's considered mercy. But now in that same scenario, this is a very important way to look at it, is what if a suicidal person comes to you and asks for you to help them kill themselves, assisted suicide? What if you help a suicidal person kill themselves? That's not mercy. That's a bloody murder charge right there. So in both scenarios, you have the free will of the person wanting that outcome, but given the context of the situation, massively switches it whether it's a mercy or an evil. It's as complex as that. It's as fine a line as that. And if you put Aerith and Sephiroth on that line, what if Aerith is just helping souls commit assisted suicide? When she's going and seeing those tortured souls, and she's like, okay, I'm going to help basically move you on into my life stream. Nights out, lights out, bye-bye town. You wouldn't see Aerith as evil because, well, they're suffering in the life stream. That's horrible. Staying individualized and suffering, that's not nice. Okay, but again, what if there's a third option? The only reason why you're not allowed to help someone commit suicide if they're suicidal is because there's a way for them to get better. There's a third option. There's an out. There's a different path, a different route to take. And Sephiroth has walked that route. He has found a way to stay separate from Gaia's fate. He's found that way. He's gone to the edge of creation. He's seen all of time in existence. He's seen the fate of every living thing is going to one day be absorbed into cosmic blackness. And he's found a third way. So I ask you again, who really is evil? I haven't formed this way. I've been looking at 7 content for years on end, and I have never seen it this way before. But suddenly, now it's in my brain to look at it that way. I can't shift out of it. And now, all of a sudden, everything I look at with 7 takes on a whole new meaning. When Aerith says, no, you're just wrong, and Sephiroth claps back at her and says, no, all are bound to her, her being Gaia. And everyone bound to her sees nothing but shadows. That's what he's clapping back at Aerith with. You don't know nothing. You are indoctrinated by the planet, and you believe that just because the current life stream system and the cyclical nature of life is dictated to be this way, that has to be the only way. That's the pure way, the white way. The white way, the right way. I'm reading Ashby Tabley's. It's not a black and white world, Pez. Exactly. Absolutely not. Why are you saying that to me? I'm the one trying to take it from black and white. Just to be clear, I did a poll on this on Twitter, and the vast majority, 60% plus, when given the options of Aerith isn't all good, Sephiroth isn't all bad, neither is good or bad, or Sephiroth bad, Aerith good, over 60% picked Sephiroth bad, Aerith good. The black and white option. By the time I was done with my Porchcast, that was one of the smallest voted things. Actually, a lot of people shifted to neither is good or bad, and actually a huge portion shifted to Aerith is bad. I'm the one trying to not make it black and white. I'm the one showing the complexity of this story in Sephiroth. Because I was thinking, I want Sephiroth to be a more complex villain. Y'all ever heard people say Sephiroth did jack shit? He was asleep in the Northern Crater the whole time. He actually didn't even show up in the game until the end. There's a big part of Sephiroth as a villain that I think people don't really see. Sephiroth! But these are just my theories, these are my hit things, that's the way I see it.
Come on.
I love this trailer, man. This is one of my favourite trailers of all time.
On me.
Alright. I've only got a little bit of time left on stream before I've got to bounce, get some food, and then I'll be back probably about an hour and a half before TGS actually activates. So it's probably in about 3 hours from now, my friends. We're going to watch this show. We're going to see Square Enix really do have even more to show us.
Look after my friend, just for a bit.
I don't really need to see more. I'm sold.
Could you look after my friend?
There's little Zack dropping off and him on Kyrie. Again, I think the significance of this really is to point us to this being Sector 5, which I'm sure if you guys have seen my theories, Sector 5, the doorway to the spiritual world. We left Destiny's Portal in Sector 5. And so we left at Sector 5, and Zack is coming back in on Sector 5. And there's a very important thing to note, because again, 5 worlds of the KABBALAH. In the KABBALAH, 5 represents the Pentad, which represents the turning point of human destiny. So I think the significance of that. Also, I did think at first that this meant he dumped Cloud off on Kyrie. He doesn't. This is like just a small moment. He takes Cloud off again when he's cleaned up. But it makes me wonder, what happened? Why is Kyrie here? Why is Andrea here? Because if the sectors flipped and it wasn't actually Sector 0, 1 and 2 that got tornadoed, it was 5, 6 and 7 or 4, 5 and 6 that got tornadoed. Did Kyrie die? Did she die? Fucking Elmira died. Did Marlene? Did they get yeeted? Why are they here in the world of Meteor? Are they real? Is there Kyrie in the world of Livestream? Kyrie could probably sell Cloud off some pocket gills. She would. Where do you think Zack is going after leaving Cloud with her Pez? So I've speculated this. He will pick Cloud up again. I thought this could be where they separated ways, and then Zack got detoured, and then Kyrie took Cloud. But Kyrie doesn't remember Cloud. So this is a fresh instance. I think that's what's really important, is that nothing that we saw happen in OG or base remake has actually happened. Bear this in mind, guys, because that means that on Zack's line, Sector 7 plate collapse may not have happened. President Shinra could still be running the ship. On this line of things, the implications are wild. That's why I said this is like my Zack fan fiction. I highly think it's possible President Shinra could still be in charge here, and not Rufus. And yeah, I think he's going to drop Kyrie off for a bit, but he's going to grab him again. He's then going to go to the church. We see Zack obviously with Elmira with Cloud. And then what I think is going to happen is Elmira is going to tell Zack that Aerith's been kidnapped. Her body's been taken. And I think Zack is going to leave Cloud with Elmira. He's going to leave Cloud with Elmira, and he's going to go and try to find out information about Aerith. And I think in that time that he's away, he's then going to come back, and Elmira is going to be in a tizzy because Cloud just disappeared. Cloud is gone. Now where's Cloud's body? He needs to get Aerith's body, and he needs to get Cloud's body. And then Biggs is going to show up with Zack, because he's only like a few streets away at this point, over in the orphanage. Which also the detail is that Biggs and Aerith knew each other. Biggs was actually called X. He showed up at the orphanage as a kid with no name. They didn't know who he was. And Biggs spent most of his life being called X. And it turns out that Aerith and X know each other. They knew each other when they were younger. So by that nature, not only would Biggs have a motive incentive, so would Zack, that aligned. And I think the reason why Cloud's body is gone is because the Genova cells in his body are going to walk him to the reunion. He's going to go marching off. And I think where Zack's going to go is he's going to have to try to get to Nibelheim, where the body's been taken, which you can't just get there. You have to first make a stop at Junon, because again, the limitations of air travel. So I think that, as we're going to Junon now, I think it is going to be that Laguna-esque thingy where Zack is more or less following the same routes that we are. But on that way, Sephiroth is going to weave in different motives and plans. But the thing is, I'm still curious on whether or not the weapons are awakening on Zack's end. I still think that might be the case. But a lot of people think I read the synopsis on that wrong, and they're waking up on our side early. I interpret it as they're waking up on Zack's end. Because why would Aerith be seeing Emerald Weapon in the live stream? I think this world, because it's the thing, I think that Sephiroth could actually stop the planet, the weapons waking up, and he could confine them to the world of Meteor. The main party, except Cloud, are dead in Zack's timeline, because no Whisper to save them. See, I don't know, I don't think they're dead, I think they're just in a coma. Because again, they went through Destiny's Portal. There's nothing to imply, and there never has been anything to imply that a physical body can pass through the live stream. But what we know for a fact is that the Harbinger fight was within the live stream. That's why shit was flying around everywhere. That's why the crew was so much more powerful. Did you not notice it at the end of Remake? Suddenly they were jumping and moving and pulling off. Like their power scale just went through the roof. Why? Because they weren't confined to their physical bodies. The end part of the remake was their spirit bodies. Cloud did not actually go to the edge of creation. Your physical body cannot pass the barriers of the live stream, only your spirit body. So when they went through Destiny's Pool, I think their bodies were just the things that were left behind. It doesn't mean they're dead. It just simply means their spirits are elsewhere. And this is what being reborn is about. Rebirth. That's what that means, reborn.
Just for a bit.
I will say it, guys, but Evan Townsend failed. Genova's he form that first landed on the planet, but mostly this is Marco. This is Marco, who's played Marco Polo with all of the characters, and by tapping them, he's done exactly what Cloud did, reverse some of the degeneration by embodying spiritual qualities, and this is actually a Marco who's actually become more human and the physical form that exists beneath him. And this guy right here, he is going to meet up with the gang, and he's going to know Tifa, he's going to talk to Tifa. He's essentially going to show up at Costa del Sol and be similar, but a different change on the Tifa Johnny scene. I don't know, Johnny might still show up in Costa del Sol, but just imagine a Marco who's actually becoming more of himself. What would he do? What would he say to Tifa, who he's been in the care of for like an entire month? I think this is Marco. This is Marco.
A weapon?
Tutelary creatures, set only to appear when the planet is in grave danger.
Who dares disturb my slumber? It's upon us. The reunion. When worlds merge. I'm waiting, Cloud.
Yeah! Love that trailer, man. So well put together. Yeah, Evan Townsend is Rufus's brother or something, but it's more important, and this is what my next video will be detailing, what Evan represents, aka Evan pursues the failed clones. That's his main gig. He's all about the failed clones. His mother is pretty much the core overseer of the failed clones. And them starting their march earlier puts a net on a different timeline. And by putting a net on a different timeline, you also put Evan Townsend on a different timeline. But my more preferred one is that that's failed. Right. Anything before I bounce, guys? Before I go strap on my jimmies, this little theory here. Cloud Dreamweaver and Therapist Aerith. I love this idea. The idea that Cloud could actually be having some dream weaving abilities of his own. I think it fits, being as assimilated with Genova as he is. I think if he becomes a part of the reunion and even starts merging with some of the others, that basically Cloud has more ability. That little line in OG, I'm Cloud, master of my own illusory worlds. That's back then when I was theorizing they could be taking that theme of Cloud Dreamweaver much further. Jesse being an anomaly, a red herring. The reincarnation theory. This was before we even knew about this rebirth split. Don't know why I've got Reiki music in my playlist. Oh, dudes, this was when I was so excited about Ever Crisis. First Soldier Thoughts and Theory. This is when I was so excited Ever Crisis was going to be something big and succulent. Kind of disappointed by what Ever Crisis turned out to be, because we always speculated what would be next. It was A, C, B, C, D, C, and we was like, what will EC be? EC. It was disappointing. Oh, Yuffie theory. Yuffie's a killer. Yuffie murdered a shitload of people when she was like 9 years old. It's very dark. Episode Greg. I'll watch episode Greg again. Greg. This is Greg.
Excuse me. Due to an emergency, entry into this area is prohibited. Sorry for the inconvenience.
I love Greg. Greg's a legend. I hope he's in Junon. He better be.
I'm not sure what's gonna happen next, but I am sure I don't want to regret the choices I make tonight. Our lives are in your hands. If you don't open up, we're all gonna die.
Greg had his awakening. Fucking hell, enlightenment achieved. Let's go.
Close it. No, sir.
Greg's enlightened.
Obey that order.
I love this guy. The best NPC today. Look at this guy. Said fuck you to his commander. Legend, Greg. I have a theory on where Greg will show up next. I think that's where this transitions to. This was Greg's story going forward from here in the Rebirth. So, oh no, this is still remake Greg. But shit got dark.
The price of freedom is steep.
This won't do.
Yes, sir.
Greg was weaving into the whole story, man.
Now I'm on Shinra's shit list. The plate stunt was meant to be an unprecedented tragedy, claiming countless innocent lives.
This is some of my best editing I've ever done, guys.
But those naughty little kittens organized an evacuation and screwed up the plan. I was gonna let you run your own place. Give you a piece of the action.
Turn around and leave at once. If you don't, I'll have no choice but to use force.
That was a clean edit. That was very clean. Greg goes rogue. Greg goes rogue. That's how Zack survived, guys. Greg gave them what for. A fucking rogue Greg. That's how Zack made it. Greg was there. He was there in the VR sequence as well.
With emergency regulations, entry into this area is prohibited. Please leave at once.
Greg was also at the edge of creation. They just didn't cut to him. Did Greg save the world? Well, no, he didn't. It was just a dream. It was just a dream, guys. So where will Greg's future lie? He didn't really save the world, but he still has potential, right? So let's explore where Greg will be. He's going to be in the Rufus inauguration, which we've just seen. It's going to be huge. It's going to be massive. Get Greg in there.
Yes, sir.
Greg's going to be there.
A warning? No, sir.
In Cloud Squad. See, I fucking called it. You wait and see. Wait and see. He's going to be there on TV. Greg!
Now you're getting the hang of it.
Yes, sir.
Shinra middle manager's going to return. No, let's not forget about him. He's a big deal. And Greg's going to be on the Junon crossing. Shit. Not only that, Greg is going to face down Sapphire weapon. Definitely not console. It's actually Greg. It's fucking Greg. You see this guy? He dropped the key. That motherfucker did that on purpose. Now, who would do that to stop Tifa getting gassed? Only Greg. Only Greg could do that. There we go. And then finally, Greg's going to be this guy. This was a scene in OG, guys. That this actually happened. There's still so much more I've got to do. I don't even got to do my special victory dance and battle.
Yes, sir.
This was such a jarring part of OG. And Cloud goes insane.
Yes, sir.
No regrets. Cloud just... what happened to Cloud here? Look, he just... What symptom overtook Cloud? He doesn't like confined spaces, so... Cloud just... What coping mechanism is that? What mental condition can that be? And then yeah, Tifa just she just fucking just fiddle with the controls. A fucking top tier, like peak of technology, submarine warship. The way you operate it is you just go and punch some buttons. Yeah, this was Tifa's logic. Just fiddle with the fucking controllers. I'm pretty sure that's how submarines work.
I'm on duty. No, sir. I will not obey that order. You will respect my authority, or else I'll give you what for. Give you what for. I'll be forced to arrest you. Quickly, quickly. Give you what for.
Wow! Episode Greg. It already started. You just didn't know it, guys. There we go. It's huge. It's probably my best video today. How many views today? 6.8k. Come on, guys. Those are rookie numbers. Not the hero we deserve, but the hero we need. But yeah, finally, some Greg. See, some people get it. How and why is this trailer so emotionally magnificent? Watch out, Sephiroth. Greg has finally revealed his true form. You should have included Greg scenes after the platefall. I mean, don't be silly. Greg can't be everywhere. The Genova G cells were actually Greg cells all along. Oh, shit. I love that one. Who the hell is Cloud? I only ever remember Greg. Yeah. Greg, hero of the universe. Alright. I think I've got to round that out, my friends. We'll see you at 4 AM. Yes, boss. Be there, I'll be square. I'll be signing in a good hour before. Yeah, I'll cover some of these other more pertinent theories. I do particularly like the where Cloud gets his strength. There's actually this kind of cool Norse weave of like Cloud being based on a berserker. In fact, he was originally going to be a berserker. Because you know the characters are like based on classes. Tifa's a monk, and White Mage, Nanaki is Beast, Barrett a Gunner. Cloud technically even still is a berserker. That's why even in Remake, he has a berserker stance. You know, you have the more aggressive berserker stance. And then they've kind of kept this theme of Cloud being berserker. I can't remember where I went with that theory. It was really, really juicy though. How berserkers get their power up. Now they consume like psychedelics and shit, and memory shamanism. Great. This one I particularly like. This is when intergrade shifted to intermission, the loveless promise theory. The idea that they're weaving loveless into the trilogy for sure. And this video didn't do so well, but this was a joy. Sephiroth's mimetic crypto theory. The idea of how powerful a meme is. Memes are very, very powerful. Sowing like ideas and concepts and influence into the general populace. This is something that is very broad. You can even do a university course on memes. And like even something like Stamp is like a meme. And that this is a massive part of Sephiroth's power. The mimetic idea. This was when Dogecoin was taking off. That's it. That's why I've got Doge in there, and he's holding a Dogecoin. You know how freaking big Dogecoin went? Don't know if you actually make any money on that. Like, it was crazy. You had this worthless meme coin that had absolutely no use case, no blockchain technology behind it, nothing, but purely on just the idea alone, the power of a meme. Catapulted Doge to one of the highest like market caps. I think he put it in the top 10. That thing went through the roof. All on the power of an idea. And this is kind of something that Sephiroth is also going to be doing. And this is before we even just saw the synopsis. You know, not only the planet's waking up early because the planet's in threat, so sowing the ideology of threat on the planet. That's how Sephiroth got destiny to show its arse, and he was able to yeet it. So I think this theory has a lot of legs, and that Sephiroth is sowing like broad sort of consciousness changes on like a planetary scale. And I think that's now backed up by the fact that Wutai are going to war with Shinra. Dead Survivors is a good one. Two Worlds Theory. Oh, look at this. Zack and the Final Fantasy VII Remake X Crisis Core story merge. I was talking about the merge we just heard of in Rebirth 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Is Marco a clown clone? There's a bugging juicer. Four Realms Theory. My latest one. Shattering the Vessel. Bugenhagen reveals everything. Another videos I've been doing recently. Anyway, guys, I better leave it there because I need a pee and I need food. Thank you for coming and watching that dope demo. I really can't wait to get my hands on it. If they do release it within this week, all the better. But I will see you all in roughly ETA 2.5 hours. 2 hours for TGS. Keep it real, guys. Be well. Thank you. Get your hype thrusters engaged. Tonight is going to pop off. Wow. Toodaloo, thank you so much. Also, Mr. Novus for the Schmeck Doodles, as well as Great React. Appreciate it. Saint Dave for the subscribe. And also, finally fighting further. I didn't see it for the tier 1 subscribe. And V Taylor, also just became a member today. Thank you. Anyway, peace out, guys. Lee, Misklet, Conscious Beings community. Stay fresh, Ashby. Until later. Chocobo!